Going on, everybody? Ooh, what a day! How you doing, y'all? 2.0, what's going on? Hey, Wyoming gal. Shout out to my moms. How you doing? It has been a busy week everywhere for everyone. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna make sure you guys are getting out the notification because I'm ready to get started. I'm so amped up. I don't know what to do. Oh Lord, we got two videos to watch of Candace Owens from her show from yesterday and today. God help us all. So it's a 2-for-1 special, y'all. Fried Candace Owens chicken wing special. And George Farmer is the biscuit. You can't make this up. Candace, you keep pissing people off, girl, and then I heard you use my quote. Candace, even with you trying to quote me, you're bad at this. Do you understand? Yeah, shout out to Chicks on the Right. We're gonna be checking them out. Um, Shout out to Milk Bar TV, you guys. He reached out to me on Twitter X. He sent me a direct message. And yes, I did ask him for an interview. I asked him if he would, at any time he wants to get some things off his chest and discuss what's going on with him in this Andrew Tate lawsuit. Um, the date J. Charles, what's going on? How you doing? Shout out to you. At any time, he would like to get some things off his chest. I told Milk Bar TV he is more than welcome to come to the Lady Luck Club and chill out with us Lucksters here. So he did sent me a lovely comment. Um, just saying thank you, for giving him shout outs and he, enjoys the content on YouTube. And I told him it was well deserved. And yes, I did ask him if he will be willing to do an interview. I would love to have him. So hopefully he sees this. Milk Bar TV, you're always welcome, sir. You're always welcome. But he sent me the comment. It was like 2 something this morning. But man, y'all have no idea. I almost like passed out. I couldn't believe it. So Twitter X is picking up some steam. If you guys follow me there on Twitter X, I follow you all right back. Okay. So shout out to Milk Bar TV. And did he already have it? Did he have this case already? Oh man. Listen, I just educate trying to sue him because he's being Milk Bar is a journalist. It's laughable. Candace Owens, on the other hand, girl, the Macrones are still suing you, and they can prove malice. And you've already confirmed that you've defamed them. You just think somehow because you live in Tennessee that is how it works. And no, no, ma'am, girl, you are bad at this. You can't make this up. At least you try to use my bit. Heifer, I know you listen. I'm just waiting on her to say heifer. I'm just waiting on her. If she says heifer, that lets you all know this is a definite. She's taking another soundbite of mine. Just because I know she watched. That's how she's learning about what's going on with her own lawsuit. Girl, schedule that hearing for the motion to dismiss Candace and stop playing around with this. You can't make this up. Amazing. It is amazing to have you all in here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And it's late, but we're having a late live and I have time for this. We're getting in these 2 episodes. Let's get some music on. I have to have some noise in the background. I don't know why. But yeah, we're gonna get into Candace Owens videos. God help us all. And you guys know I saw some of it on Jay Witt earlier today. Shout out to my big bro Jay Witt, my brother in Christ. He went live earlier today. And so I did catch some of it and I was there. I'm a mod over there. So I support him. I support other content creators here. I saw a little bit of Artie Trolls. Got caught a little bit of his live today. Chicks on the Right did a video. Storybox dropped some videos. Everybody dropping some videos. Young lady named Tamira It's a Tamira Neely dropped a video. Very good. So I kept Brienne Babes child. She tells it like it is. Y'all, we checked out Sen Faye reacts the other day. So we support fantastic content creators. We're always waiting on Milk Bar and Ami to drop something. Ami, come on, man. We need some. We need something to laugh at. Chicks on the right dropped the video. I want to check this out first, and then we're gonna get into Candace. Cause who child Candace? You getting on everybody's nerve, girl. In a bad way. It's like everybody wants to sue you type of bad way, you know. You throwing out accusations insinuating people are committing crimes. Do you understand how weird that is? With no evidence. I'm still waiting on Candace to post that text message she sent to the FBI agent. You know, the one you said where someone is trying to take your life from France, perhaps the president. He doesn't want to take your life. He wants you to live. He wants you to schedule the hearings. He wants you to go to court. That's what he wants. No one is wishing your death. You got 4 kids. You're the only one thinking that dark and evil about things with no evidence. I have to, say over and over again with no evidence. Candace, you're not presenting any of it. And I've been posting it up heavy and hard on Twitter X. It's funny. Either 1 or 2 people will say, oh, you haven't been paying attention. No, I'm paying attention. I don't see any evidence, especially evidence that would be viable in court. It's a concept they don't think about because they live on the world of social media. But when it translates into real life, what does that look like? Candace, you have no evidence. You're not even going to be able to win this lawsuit with the Macrons, girl. You can't make this up. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. You follow me on Twitter, the Jake Charles. Make sure y'all follow me on Twitter. Let's go. We're almost at 30,000. I know. Shout out to you, mister. Thank you so much. We're almost there. So you guys keep hitting that like button, and we're going to 40 and then 50. And then, we'll probably be catching up with Jay Witt in no time. And then, the chicks on the right be catching up to him. Listen, over 1 billion users on YouTube. So spread the word. Share the videos. Hit the like button and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. And let's get going. Let's get going. All right, I'm going to get some comments in, y'all. I just want to acknowledge all of you guys up in here. Shout out to Francisca, my fantastic mod. Wyoming gal is up in here. We got it all hands on deck. Even though I make the candy asses in the box, they got to subscribe, not a comment. So if you guys don't see so many comments, it's because I turned on the feature where you got to subscribe for an hour. Yeah, they got free speech, all right. You got to wait an hour to give it. I'm not hindering it. I'm just making them wait an hour to express it. Because it's going to be copy and paste anyway. At least in that hour, they get to come up with something creative. If you're going to sit here and troll, be creative with it. Don't sit here and come copy and paste the same old thing. Come up with something else. Yeah, we've heard it all. You ever heard her use your quote, "You're bad at this"? I call her out. Candace. Girl, you a clown. Schedule that hearing, girl. I'm tired of looking at this court docket, Candace, and you don't have a motion hearing on that dismissal. Are you going to ever read it to your audience? How about that? If you're running out of content, Candace, read your motion to dismiss and motion to strike First Amendment complaint to your audience. And then explain to them why you filed it in the first place and lied on Tucker Carlson show. How about that? You should do that. And we don't play wordplay over here. I don't do whataboutisms and semantics. Just read the document you filed and express why you filed it. Because you said you want to get to the discovery phase. Filing a motion to dismiss is not the motion you file if you want to get to the discovery phase. You would just file a response and reply. That's how it works, Candace. But no. You said I do not want this case dismissed. I'm not saying how. Child, please. She ain't fooling nobody. Oh, you got it, Comic Candace. That lawsuit is going to be epic. What's going on, CC? How you doing, sweetie? Shout out to all the members, all the mods, all the supporters, all the Luxes up in the house. Y'all make sure you hit the like button and put a number down. Yeah, Jay Witt reminds me of this all the time. You did how about how you tell people to put the number of like there is? Like they come in at like number 18. Tell them to put the number like they hit. Oh my God. Yeah, yeah. I forget to tell you all we have a $25 goal. I forget about that. But hit the like button. Thank y'all so much. You guys are fantastic. I appreciate all of you all. Yuck 2.0 says, hey, good to see you, friend. All right, everybody speak to everybody. What's going on, mister? How you doing? Now, Candy, you are bad at this. Yuck said Whip Milkball won his case against Tate today. Did he have the case today? I must have missed it. I did not know his case was today. I guess we're gonna have to find out what's going on with Milk Bar. I did tell him, I said, I hope things go well. I did say that too. I told him, I said, I hope things go well for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm on his channel right quick. Let me see what if he won, man. I'm just so happy for him. I told him I highly doubt the guy would be able to prove malice or anything. Legal victory. Okay, let's see. I'm adding. We're gonna check this out, and then he's got another YouTube short he did. Yeah, okay, so he's got some shorts he's been posting up, and I'm missing them. Yep, we're gonna check out his short. He does have one that says legal victory against Andrew Tate. Look at that. He got good. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. All right. Thank you so much, Yuck. We're gonna look at that short in a minute. Want to make sure you all are in here. I'm gonna follow you on Twitter. Yes, y'all follow me on Twitter. I'll follow you right back. What's going on, Satiric? Juju, what's going on? How you doing? I saw Yuck over in the vertical. Oh, okay, cool beans. Colleen, hello. How you doing? What's going on? Dade County official. What? You said Miss Candace. Oh yeah, we're gonna fry her today in this live. So you just brace yourself. Brace yourself. Yay, Milk Bar. I know, right? We're about to fry her up. Oh man. Candace say you're bad at this today. I know. People coming in telling me. Y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's keep this up and going. I'm just putting up y'all comments. Tamira Neely is great. Tamira Neely, is that her name? Or is it Tamara? Am I let me know if I'm saying it wrong. I don't want to mispronounce her name. But yeah, she is good. And it's so solemn and just real sweet. Like she does a prayer before she starts, and then she gets right into it. And she was just raw and real. And that's how it should be. We going to tell the truth. The Bible says we are to rightly divide the word of truth. That means God doesn't even want us to beat around the bush with it. We don't have to sugarcoat. Jesus didn't do that when he walked this earth, when he ministered. He just told the truth. That was it. When the disciples asked him, what did he think about taxes? He said, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give to God what belongs to God. He didn't beat around the bush with that. He just answered it straightforward, direct and genuine and honest, and kept living. So we don't have to do that. We don't have to beat around the bush. Rightly divided. There you go. Marlon just had the best stream. Did they? Who is? Am I saying Marlon? Who is that? Yeah, if y'all tell me a real name and I don't know that, forgive me. Because I don't want to just say out somebody's name. It might be something else. Candace owes you zero. She owes me a lot. You know how many headaches I've had over this? I ought to bill her for this. She owes me a lot. She can't wait for court. How are you speaking for her? What kind of using this pronoun she? Candace, you in my chat. Just come in as your name, girl. He gonna use my quit. At least come in as your name. I always have facts but never show it. Yeah, they claim that, right? Shout out to you, Fly Boys. They claim they have some facts. Yeah, just them saying just because they said so is not a fact. It's just them running their mouth. At best, giving their opinion. At worst, being defamatory. but not factual. There's nothing factual about that. Why are you cussing up in here? What does that mean? Y'all, what's SHID? Curious. Is that supposed to be poop? All right, y'all, let's get to it because I'm ready. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. I appreciate you all. You just can't make this stuff up. I know, right? So let's get to Milk Bar. He had a legal victory today, so shout out to him. We want to see that and celebrate it. And I'm gonna tell you all right now, I don't follow, Andrew Tate, the Tate brothers. I don't know what all the other, aside from them being charged, or one of them being charged with some very serious crimes. I have no idea whatever he talked about or did or anything. I just read, some of the charges that he was hit with. And then, of course, what we saw yesterday regarding that photo, which was weird. It's still weird. It's like, it's some boys night out club or something. It was so weird. They're wearing masks, no shirts on, and a whipping little whip thing from a BDS. Like, it was so weird. And these are blood brothers. It's like, what is going on here? You can't make this stuff up. Candace filed a motion to dismiss. Yeah. It's twice. I just wish she would be honest about it. Candace, stop lying about this motion like like you want to get sued and subpoena when you don't understand subpoena power. Chabu. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see and hear.
Today we had a very important court hearing for Andrew Tate's defamation lawsuit against me and other online content creators who've been covering the Tate brothers' ongoing criminal cases. And I'm very happy to say that the case has been dismissed. So we had a legal victory against the Tates. I want to point out that for me, I've been dismissed with a leave to amend. So that does give them a small window to be able to amend the complaint and then refile. But our lawyer is very confident that I will be dismissed without prejudice, which was the ruling for the other anonymous content creators. So that does mean that they're down the road, if they choose to refile the lawsuit, they can do that. But this was a massive legal victory, and it's a huge relief. We're very, very happy. So we've been fighting this thing for pretty much the entire year, and I mean, we really couldn't have done it without the massive amount of support from all of you. So thank you, everyone who's contributed to the crowdfunding.
This has been a lawsuit for a whole year. Is this lawsuit somewhere I can read it? You can't make this up. I'm gonna look this lawsuit up. Is this lawsuit? It's got to be available to the public. You can't make this up. They won't be able to hide this lawsuit. You cannot make this up. Y'all, we got to go over this lawsuit. Oh my God. He's been fighting this for a year. This is insane. And he's like one where he goes after people, just suing people. He sued his ex-girlfriend. Oh, he's been sued by his ex-girlfriend. You can't make this up. He's filed lawsuits. He's being sued himself. This is insane. Y'all, we gotta go over that lawsuit. Wow, good for him. Now, if he tries to refile, more than likely, if it's a motion, if he was given an opportunity to have leave to amend the lawsuit, more than likely it's because he wouldn't be able to prove malice. I mean, independent journalists, members of the press reporting on you is one thing. You would have to prove malice, though, against a journalist, especially when you consider yourself to be a public figure. Something Candace Owens found out when she sued USA Today. The same thing. And she tried to file petitions to the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court. And it was denied. So she found out the hard way because she chooses to be a public figure, that when she sues someone for defamation, she has to prove malice. Candace, you have to prove malicious intent. It's the same scenario with Andrew Tate. All these public figures, because you want to be social media influencers and make all this money, you go out talking about, oh, they're defaming me. No, you okay. If especially if they're a member of the press that is given extra protections when it comes to First Amendment, free speech, and free press, freedom of the press, free speech and expression. And on top of that, you're a public figure. Now you have the burden to meet that malice intent. And more than likely, he probably didn't even express that in his statement of claim. Especially having, I'm sure Andrew Tate has some lawyers. It seems like they're working overtime because he's got lawsuits against him. You can't make this up.
Our fund that's gone towards our legal defense, and to everyone, to the people that have had me on their shows and who have covered this in the media, and to everyone who's just brought attention to it and just expressed support for us. It's been overwhelming to know that we've got so many of you who've got our backs. I mean, this ruling just really does show that this lawsuit was frivolous from the beginning.
Yes, it is.
And I truly believe that the Tate brothers, it was never about trying to win this case. It was always about processes of punishment, and they were coming after us because we've successfully covered the ongoing criminal cases. So to know that there's been so many of you who've rallied,
and that's what I'm saying. He's covered the criminal cases that's being covered in the news. Those documents are also available to the public, except from what may be sealed off as far as evidence is concerned. How do you if you're someone, this is what happens when people don't understand fully what it means to be a public figure. You go out and you blow up on YouTube, social media, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. And you consider yourself to be some sort of an influencer, that puts you in that status of being a public figure. So when you go out and say, oh, someone's defaming me, when they're reporting on a criminal matter, a criminal case from charges that you were charged with, you can't just say they're defaming you without evidence to prove that malice intent. If someone's just reporting on what's in court documents, that's not malicious. It's called journalism. It's free press. You can't make this up. I don't get what the. So he gets charged with criminal charges for trafficking and other. I mean, he's got some serious charges here. He's abused his ex-girlfriend. She sued him based on this. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And people are reporting on it. And he goes and takes them to court for reporting what he's been charged with. That's already in another court of law. Dear God. Yeah, I love Tinashe Peter. Yeah, me too. He's pretty cool. He's like, we got time. We got time. Tracy said, Katifa's in the chat. Who knows, Shy? Candace, if you're in this chat, stop saying my quips if you're not going to use it right. You can't make this up.
Rallied around us to help fight back against the Tate brothers. It's incredibly inspiring. So, I mean, what a way to end 2025. I'll keep posting updates about the specifics, but for the time being, this is a massive win. It's time to celebrate. So thank you, everyone, very much. Cheers, guys.
Yay! Awesome. I'm so happy for Milk Bar. I didn't know. Man. Oh, my goodness. So now we have to go over this lawsuit. We got to read it. We have got to read it. Y'all, this is going back to last year. I see a video from Tinashe. Andrew Tate sued this whistleblower for exposing his criminal from August 24. Okay, and then there's another one from a Substack here on April 7th. Something else going back up to March. Jeez. You can't make this up. Oh, okay. Why Andrew Tate crying like a baby? Yeah, okay. And then the other independent journalists and He said media personalities, they got theirs dismissed with prejudice. So I think he'll be able to get this one dismissed with prejudice. I don't see this going far. He's not going to be able to meet that component. I can tell you right now, but we can read that lawsuit. That's something else. He's trying to intimidate people. And did he file this while he was in jail? Did Andrew Tate file this while he was in jail? You can't make this up. To me, it sounded towards the end of Candace's live that TPUSA may take her to court. Yeah, because I even noted that in my on my post that I sent on Twitter X, and I think I forwarded one of Milk Bar's posts, and I said, at Turning Point USA, unless you all are trying to get her responses on the record, because I if people understand that lingo, you understand what that means. If you're just trying to get responses on the record, or you're prepared for her to just lie to your face, why are you all sending her out an invitation to have this conversation with her after 3 or 4 months of this? Erica Kirk has done a great job ignoring her. I told you all that. I say Erica Kirk is ignoring this girl's existence on Earth. And if she gets Erica Kirk to respond, because that's who she wants, that is who Candace Owens really wants to respond to her. And if she can get Erica Kirk to respond, it'll give her more content. So if they want this whole thing to die down, the best thing was to ignore her. If you respond, let it be with the lawsuit. So unless they're just trying to strictly give an opportunity to correct the record and to get Candace's response on the record, hear me when I say closely. If they're trying to correct the record, correct her false statements, okay, and they're trying to, here's the facts, here's the evidence, here's the documentation, here's where we're debunking you, and then to have her responses on the record, she's just gonna go out there. I don't know why she won't fly out. George can watch the kids, Candace. Are any of them in like school age? Or are we talking about pre-K and kindergarten sort of thing, like maybe 4 years old? How's the oldest kid? If the oldest child is like in school, like kindergarten, first grade, something like that, that's one thing. Why can't George handle that while she goes out to wherever and flies out to have this debate in person? Candace, you what is it with you not being able to trust George with the kids? Isn't he their dad? You should be able to leave the kids for a few days, go fly out to this debate in person, and then let George handle whatever the curriculum is or whatever. What the hell he doing during the day? Why he can't take care of the kids while you go out there and do that? That's what I'm saying. Hey, with no reply. What's going on? Jill said the oldest is 5 years old. Okay, no reply. Said 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 of them, right? I having more. God. I think TPUSA did the right thing. I think they have lawyers watching every word she says. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Candace, all your posts, all your videos. I already told you, little girl. Everything you say and do can and will be used against you in a court of law in a lawsuit. And they decide to file one, they're going to have so much evidence, it's not going to be funny. And there will be a jury demand because matters like this, considering who is against and the parties, they will definitely demand a jury. Just like the Macrones. That's why I said the Macrones are showing us how it's done. They've tried to get Candace to correct the record, to correct her false statements. They sent exhibits, photos, a birth announcement, all these things. She just didn't want to accept it. The court will not care about how she feels about the pictures. Once again, the court will not care about how Candace Owens feels about the photos or the birth announcement or anything like that. Because the point is to show the court that they tried to get her to correct the record so that they can meet that malice intent burden. That's the requirement they have to meet because they're high political figures. She claims that she's some, journalist of some sort, which she's not, but whatever. But they still have to have the evidence and show the court that they have exhausted all measures to try to get her to correct her nonsense and buffoonery and all the lies and nonsense with no evidence, because she hasn't presented any scientific evidence at all. And she just didn't accept it. Oh, the photos are proctored. Oh, it's, they're lying. Oh, they're beating around the bush. Oh, they don't want to do an interview. Oh, she could just do yes or no questions. She sent you exhibits and photos. Oh, why won't she show photos of her being pregnant? She sent photos of her being married. She sent photos of her with her kids. She said, why does she have to send photos based on your demand? Candace, that's not how it works. But yet, when Candace asked for an interview, they were like, no. Because they don't have to give her a damn interview. Then she throws another tantrum like a petulant child. That's your problem, Candace. You're 30-something years old. You got 4 kids. Girl, if you don't grow the hell up, you're going to have to put your grown woman drawers on, get rid of that yeast infection, and go to court. Because you played around with it far too long in the court of public opinion, I guess. You might be able to get some bots and some candy asses to believe you. But that's not how it's going to work in court, girl. Not at all. Not even a little bit. You making your attorneys really work hard because you've already admitted to defaming them. She's already said she defamed them. She's just trying to say she did it in Tennessee, but she admits to defaming them. So it's like, her part's done. She's already confirmed that her LLCs are registered in Delaware. There's her defense right there about the whole, lack of jurisdiction. Out the window. You can't make this up. Candace has already just obliterated her case, her own case. So, it's going to be turning point. It's going to follow suit. So unless this is their way of trying to get the record corrected and to point out her lies and show what the truth is, whether she believes it or not, it's irrelevant. Because if they do sue her, whatever anyone else thinks outside of the court of law would be irrelevant. What would matter is what the jury believes and what the ruling comes out to be, and what the judge allows to be accepted as exhibits, as evidence, and introduced into the case. That's it. It'll come down to what happens in court. Candace, if you feel you have a defense, take your ass to court. Otherwise, no one cares if you don't like the photos that Brigitte Macron sent you. You're going to learn this the hard way. But either way, you're going to learn today. So we're going to check out this other short. Yeah, this is something else. We're going to check out this other short. She going to learn today. And that court is going to be all too happy to teach her. And the judge is not going to put up with your BS, Candace. You're not going to have your candy ass cult members and the bots in there to, to feed your ego. You go in there and bark if you want to and knuck if you buck. That judge will hold you in contempt. And then if your attorneys can't keep you under control, they might get sanctioned. So you might want to be on your best behavior, girl. You can't make this up. All right, let's check out this short here.
If Candace is available, we would
Hold on.
If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix.
This is
at this point, we believe the ball is back in her court.
So I accept it with whistles and bells, everything. I fully accept. You can pick the place. You can pick the time at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, you can pick the place. You can pick the time. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all.
What?
If Candace is available, we would sincerely...
Candace, you don't get to dictate that. If they invite you, you go in on their invitation. That's like somebody inviting you to dinner, and then you say you can pick the place, you can pick the time, and then you go in there and you say any and everything but like you trying to negotiate
where
the date and time. They you go in on this invitation. That's not how it works, girl. That's not how it works. You said pick the place, pick the time. I'm assuming we're about to watch this in this episode from yesterday, and then the one she did today we'll do next, because it's a 2-for-1 fried Candace Owens chicken special with a biscuit. George, you're gonna have to watch the kids. You're gonna have to go ahead and make sure you got everything squared up, because Candace has got to go to some appearance on the invitation that they give her. You don't get to dictate that, Candace. You spoiled brat. I told you you're bad at this, girl. You don't get to dictate that. If someone invites you to their home and they say, we're inviting you to come here to our house on this day at this time for this specific event, you don't get to tell them, well, no, that's not going to work for me. You're going to have to invite me on another day and time. No, ma'am. We're doing this on this day and time. You can't just show up at somebody's house, the next day in the middle of the night because that's what's best for you. Don't nobody give a damn. You can't make this up. I'm surprised that she even trying to entertain this. Y'all hit the like button. Oh, Lord have mercy. You can't make this up. So it's just like her showing up to someone's house, the next day. They invited her to Thanksgiving dinner at 6 p.m. And then she shows up that Friday at 2 p.m. talking about, well, I couldn't come yesterday at 6 p.m. That didn't work for me, so I'm here today. No. You get your ass out my house. Get off my property, girl. Go home. This is an invite, Candace. They don't owe you anything. Just like the Macrons didn't owe you an interview. No one owes you anything, you heifer. No one owes you that. So if you don't like it, then you just don't go. You just say, no, thanks, I can't make it. That's it. This is no different than you being invited to Thanksgiving dinner on Thanksgiving Day at 6 p.m. And then you want to show your happy ass up at Friday, the next day after Thanksgiving at 2 p.m. talking about, yesterday didn't work for me. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not having dinner today. Thanksgiving was yesterday. Bye. Good to see you. Have a good time and be safe on your way out my driveway. That's it. I mean, where's George at? Did we watch a very boring interview of George and Candace barely interacting? Yeah, I felt like a Q&A session. How many times did George call his wife crazy, say he was married to multiple women and did not know what personality he was going to get day by day? Basically, he's trying to tell us she's got multiple personality disorder. Candace, your husband thinks you're crazy. He even said that as well. I did a snippet. He thinks she's crazy. Candace, you can't do what you want to do, girl. You'll live. This is what it's like to be an adult. They offered you an invitation, Candace. It's either yes or no. If you can't go on that date and time, you don't dictate nothing. Then deal with it and get over it, girl. You better grow up. She thinks she can just get this far in life throwing a tantrum every time somebody says something she don't like. Child boo. Nah, man. So, y'all, let's get to what her episode was yesterday, and then we're going to flow into the one she did today. Y'all know I can't watch this without you all. All hands on deck with the mods. Because Candy asses and the bots are still, they big mad. Because they big mad. And they still say nothing. They're not even being creative. I want the bots and the candy asses be more creative in your comments. Okay? The name calling is all of that. We get all that all the time over here. That don't do nothing over here. That does not bother me. Be more creative. How about sound intellectual for 5 minutes? Just pretend like you have a brain and ask questions, or just give your comments on something that's more rational. The name calling is laughable, and then it gets nowhere. And if it gets like to a racial slur type of thing, then you get booted out. Just like you think you have the right to free speech, I have the right to not read your nonsense if it's racial slurs. So you can't force me to read and endure your nonsense here. Not in the Lady Luck Club, where you have no power. Just want to reiterate that. Shout out to my mods. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's go.
All right, you guys, it's happening. It's happening. Everybody stay calm. After yesterday's episode where we went kind of for the jugular with Turning Point USA, because really I think everybody in the entire world has had enough with the non-response, trying to move on, trying to gaslight us, not answering basic details. So we just went for it. And guess what? Turning Point has moved to formally respond to all the things that we have said. And after a very long diatribe in which they wildly misrepresent the public and global investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination, they at long last issued a public invitation or a challenge. I'm not sure what it is, but I accept. Okay. Quite literally, all we have ever asked for were sensible answers to our basic questions about what transpired.
Candace, I don't think you, first of all, can't define the word sensible. Secondly, what's sensible to the average reasonable person with a brain is not sensible to you. That's the issue. Just like you won't accept photos as proof that someone was born a woman and gave birth 3 times and was married. It doesn't matter what responses people give you. If it's not what you want to hear, it's irrelevant. Therefore, you shall find out the hard way upon the day that they decide to file a court complaint with the court of law and not the court of public opinion, where you think all matters should be heard. No, ma'am. Nope. You got another thing coming, girl. Okay? That's just not how it works. And that's the end of that. Let's see. Blue Moon says, for someone that know for a fact that someone paid to unalive her, she is very happy and unhinged about it. Strange. She's saying that, yeah, I know, right? It's the fact that she's sitting here saying that France and Turning Point USA, something with blue and yellow Egyptian planes, all has something to do, in the entire United States military, to do with Charlie Kirk's death. She's going to go to Turning Point's headquarters, to Charlie Kirk's studio, I assume, and actually sit down face to face. Yeah. While she claims that there's some sort of assassination attempt, and it's the French president, Club de Sant, and possibly Turning Point USA got something to do with it. Who knows? Just throwing out nonsense. But then, she went to Dollywood with no problem. Like, she's not making moves like someone that's scared for her life. I told you all that. Hey, this girl's out here doing whatever she want to do. Will it end in U.S. versus UK? What's going on, Probably? How you doing, honey? What's going on? Jen at the S-Files, we homeschool as well. 1 high schooler and 2 in middle school. I miss kindergarten. Oh, yeah. And I don't knock the homeschooling. All I'm saying is, why can't George homeschool for the day? Those are his kids as well. Why she flies out and does something in person with Turning Point, since that's what she wants. I didn't know that was a demand of hers to face them face to face, because, who are these so-called insiders of Turning Point that's been emailing her? She won't show those emails, but she'll go out and accept a challenge for a duel and actually try to face them head on in a debate. Candace, you can't go out there yelling and screaming and talking about, you can't prove what I don't know, and I can't prove what I know, and blah, blah, blah. You've already gone down that road. And then that made, national headlines. Like, you've shown what your debate skills are like. Piers Morgan told you flat out you're not a journalist, and you got mad, and you said, oh, you got me, girlfriend. What's wrong? Show your degrees then. We're still waiting on that. Why don't you show your 2 degrees? Show the candy asses that you graduated from college. Go ahead, Candace. Do it. We're all waiting. You can't make this up. So she could get him to watch the kids for a day or 2 while she flies out and does this debate, right? It's that easy, right? Frankly, hey, Candace, sorry. They canceled on you. We all tried. They're caught in so many lies. Oh, Lord. Trump will settle another war. She's ready. Is she? We're waiting for her to show evidence of her degrees, post up the FBI text message she sent, post up any of those transaction payments from Club de Sant that she said there's a paper trail for. But somehow when this high-ranking French government employee called her and said, there's a paper trail about these payments from this club where they just, focuses on gastronomy all day. She didn't send me an email of these payments because, Candace, you're bad at this. You got awful at this, girl. Maybe I have to change up my quip.
Fired on September 10th. And it looks like we're going to get those things. So major.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Major win. I am excited. Also, later on in the show, what I have for you is The Game, whose rapper is releasing a song that is entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens. And I have more questions. I've got questions. Am I allowed to have questions? Welcome back to Candace.
Wait, what? A rapper? Yeah, God, girl.
What can I say other than we went max? Pause, reflect. I'm proud of everybody. I'm proud of the world. Every single person who was in my inbox giving me tips, the people inside of Turning Point USA who were leaking, the donors that wrote public letters, the donors that didn't write public letters but sent us messages encouraging.
She had no idea who wrote that letter that leaked the actual address of her own attorneys. I screenshotted that, Candace. You said you had no idea who that was. And you're proud of someone that could possibly be trolling you. Yeah, shout out to the trolls.
Encouraging us to keep going. Today feels like a win because guess what? It forced Turning Point USA to finally respond. And that was the entire point. Okay. That has been the point of refusing to let up even 1 second in this investigation. They wanted to simply be able to eulogize Charlie Kirk at a big memorial event. And then they wanted us to simply move on. And we didn't do that. Okay. So yeah, we should celebrate the fact that we kept up.
But she didn't even go to his funeral. Candace, you didn't go to Charlie Kirk's funeral or memorial. Because you kept talking about how you were afraid for your life then. And yet, you still didn't file a formal complaint to the FBI for an actual investigation to be done. When are you going to do that, Candace? I'm keeping my foot on your neck about that, girl. Because if you're going to sit here and cry wolf and that another country is trying to take you out, you're going to have to file a formal complaint to the FBI. We want to see the confirmation. Or else you're lying by omission. Because like you claimed that others are doing, like the Israeli prime minister, because he read some of a letter that Charlie Kirk sent him, you didn't want to believe it. And then when he posts the entire letter, then you wanted to just question and challenge the authenticity of it. Oh, did it come from his email inbox? How do I know it came from him? You wanted the letter. Even if they show her proof that it came from his email address, she still wouldn't believe that. Oh, everything's forged. But yet, it's so impossible for her to fake a text message. Especially when she's just posting up a photo of Charlie Kirk, no date timestamps in the text messages, and it's just a bunch of messages just going back to back. But no date and timestamps. Yeah, if you don't kick rocks. So yeah, let's shout out the trolls that are sending her these letters that she still doesn't know who they are, but somehow is verifying this with government.
The pressure that we insisted that we have answers, and even in this tremendous culture of ADHD and everyone's constantly being distracted by their iPhones, that we kept the focus. Okay. Turning Point is going to commit to a live streamed event where they are apparently going to answer all of these lingering questions. And I would say these were pretty basic questions right out of the gate. Why they didn't do that right out of the gate, nobody knows. We can hear them, their explanation for why they didn't in just a moment, because they sent Blake Neff out. Blake Neff, by the way, is the producer.
What's basic about wondering about a blue and yellow Egyptian plane or an Egyptian plane? Or why they flew out some dignitaries? Like, well, you're off base. Candace, was the shooter on either of those Egyptian planes? Maybe you should be asking those questions from your tip line that you don't vet. Because you have no idea who sent that letter where you outed your own attorney's law firm. They got to be so mad at you, girl.
Of the Charlie Kirk show. Now he is kind of the rotating talent of the Charlie Kirk show. He was already featured with Charlie on the show, so that's not unusual. But I think we probably anticipated that Andrew Colvett, who is the TPUSA spokesperson, would have been the person to deliver this message. Maybe in theory, that should have been his job. Maybe he's traveling. The point is, we got Blake Neff. And I want to say, just to reiterate, that I have always maintained that whatever is going on at Turning Point USA, I have not felt that Blake Neff is one of the bad guys. Okay. I just have never gotten that particular vibe from him. I believe that when he speaks, he believes that he is telling the truth. And maybe that's why they want him in front of the camera. He's been the only person that has been responding in a way that feels even remotely authentic when he defends the actions of Mikey McCoy on that day. I sense that he believes that he is telling the truth. Anyways, let's listen to what.
Yeah, we all know you're not, because you can't present evidence. And even when you're challenged to do that, you talk about something else. Next week, boys and girls, she'll be focusing on the doctors again at the hospital and the surgeons and the doctor that did the autopsy, because reasons. We're no closer to her naming another shooter than we were 3 months ago. It's still Tyler James Robinson.
Blake Neff had to say in its entirety. It's not going to feel organic. Obviously, he's reading from a piece of paper. This has probably been reviewed 12 times by many different lawyers, because that's how it works at big organizations and companies. But I don't fault him that.
Really?
We'll pause at certain moments because I do want to be able to respond throughout it. It's a bit long, but I want to give them my platform, as I always have made that offer to. So
no,
here is Blake Neff.
Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show. She's made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees.
Yes.
She has suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is. I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events.
Okay, so first and foremost, I actually never said that she helped plan the event. I said it was suspicious that Mikey McCoy's wife, that we never found out who did plan the event. That was one of the answers that we wanted to know. And I said that she works in events. Still was not clear on what happened regarding Mikey McCoy. I think the entire world believes that his actions are suspicious because we have eyes. And
no. The entire world does not believe that his actions were suspicious. Not at all. Because guess what, Candace? You would need to show a pattern of behavior in order for you to say it's suspicious. And then you're talking about an event that it's not like it happens every week. It's not like they're getting CEOs that are being shot in front of thousands of people every week. This is not something that commonly happens. Are you out of your mind? For you to say that it's suspicious in his behavior would at least have to indicate that you understand his behavior on a normal basis. God, are you bad at this? You probably didn't even know much about him until Charlie Kirk was shot. They probably even care about Mikey McCoy. You never said anything about him and his father before Charlie Kirk passed, because you know you would not be able to speak ill will of Charlie Kirk's pastor and get away with it. Charlie Kirk would have chewed Candace Owens out if he ever heard her speak ill of his pastor and his pastor's son. He would never have allowed her to do that and get away with it. And that's the issue. We sometimes have to be held accountable for the things that we say. I don't see why she would show that much venom towards Rob and Mikey McCoy. They did not kill Charlie Kirk. But yet she wants to claim Tyler James Robinson didn't act alone and he did not pull the trigger. And she can't say who did. That is the issue. That's the question of the day right now. You don't believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. Who pulled it? Because someone pulled the trigger. I believe it's Tyler James Robinson, and I believe there's sufficient evidence based on the evidence I've seen, the affidavit, probable cause affidavit, as well as testimony and statements. Testimony is evidence. So all the people that go in and testify, guess what they'll be giving? Evidence. The key word of the month in the Lady Luck Club is evidence. Testimony is evidence. They're going to introduce the exhibits through testimony as evidence. Evidence is the key word, Candace. And you are not getting anyone any closer to who this supposed alternative shooter may be. Let's get the bad guy off the street. Why don't you point them out in a photo or a lineup or give a name so we can get them off the street? Because, you know, Erica Kirk has 2 kids, and they're under a protection order. Every day you get up on your show and you want everything to be done as a PR stunt. You get no one any closer to a fact or any piece of evidence to show that someone else was involved, someone else pulled the trigger, because that's what people want to know. All this other hoopla, you act like planes don't cross over our U.S. airwaves, you know, on a more consistent basis. We just need to know who they are and what they're doing. If 2 Egyptian planes were able to land on U.S. soil, it's because the U.S. knew that they were here. And yet she blames the entire U.S. military and can't give one branch of military at all when she insinuates that they were involved in the death of Charlie Kirk. Which branch of military again? Because she still won't say that. To the candy gases, can you all just pry that information out of her? Which branch of military is she blaming here? Can we start with that? And the FBI text message she sent. Let's start with those 2 things.
And you don't get to wiggle out of that by pretending that us playing the words of his own father, Rob McCoy, who I think is highly suspicious in all of this. He has a suspicious background. We played his own words as he tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison for being a sexual deviant, right? For trying to take photos of young girls. I don't think he's a good guy, and you're not going to make us forget those things because you are trying to pretend that Mikey's actions were totally normal that day. They weren't. That's why I didn't make the public feel that way.
She wouldn't know how he would
I may have
feel
voiced how they felt, which everyone else is refusing to do, but I do believe that Mikey McCoy should have to answer for who.
No, he doesn't. He's not going to have to answer to his reaction, a normal reaction that he gave, fight or flight response to seeing someone shot. Because that's not something he experienced every day, Candace. You, Candace, were not even there in person yourself either. May I remind you all, Candace Owens was not there on the campus that day when Charlie Kirk was shot. Candace Owens was not there for his funeral. Candace Owens was not there for his memorial. Candace Owens refuses to even have Erica Kirk come on her show. So we could do this all day, Candace. And how long you want to do this is up to you. Well, we can all sit here and say what someone should and should not have done and how they should and should not have responded to seeing someone shot in front of them. But if you don't have experience of seeing something like that, you can't tell someone how they should respond to it. So the actions are not just him, but any and everyone else that's not trained to see things like that. You can't say we're suspicious or not. Fight or flight responses vary. These simple, basic, logical concepts still go over her big head. Oh, Lord. Candace, you're like a fried chicken wing. It's just nothing else there but a bend of a bone, and that's it. Little meat.
He had on the phone right when the shot went off. So, yeah, his own father, is the one that spoke about Charlie's notebooks and spoke about how Mikey McCoy was talented. And it was Mikey McCoy who then jumped on Liberty University's stage for an event that was scheduled for Charlie Kirk.
Y'all let me know if you guys.
There you go. Here. That's our perspective. And I'm going to stand by it. Let's keep it rolling.
Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual.
Pause. I'm having sounds. I can't hear anything at all.
Where we went.
Because I don't want to miss this part. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Freeze frame is epic.
Where we went kind of for the jugular. with Turning Point USA, because really, I think.
All right, let me get back up here because she said some stuff and I don't want to miss this.
Who I think is highly suspicious in all of this. He has a suspicious background. We played his own words as he tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison for being a sexual deviant, right? For trying to take photos of young girls. I don't think he's a good guy, and you're not going to make us forget those things.
Who's she talking about? Mike and McCoy didn't do that.
Playing the words of his own father, Rob McCoy, who I think is highly suspicious in all of this. He has a suspicious background. We played his own words as he tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison.
Someone, Candace, someone. Good Lord, you're treating this man as if he did it. So if you want to go on this guilty by association, Candace, why do you and George Farmer hang out with Andrew Tate? I told you, girl, two can play this game. So Candace Owens should be found guilty by association right along with Andrew Tate because she has defended him. She's tried to sanitize his words and actions. And her husband is best friends with this guy. So comparing apples to apples, Candace, you should be held just as accountable and be seen just as guilty as Andrew Tate. Because that's the same thing she's saying, right? And then that's the same thing she's saying? She's saying Rob McCoy tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison. Candace, so has Andrew Tate. That's not even something people are making up. That is a point of fact. The man went to jail. He was charged with some pretty bad things. He did some bad things. But, you defended him. You tried to sanitize him. You tried to, ease the public's view on him. So you're just as guilty. Wouldn't that make you just as much of a horrible person as Andrew Tate then? By her logic, wouldn't that be the same as her trying to defend Andrew Tate? Yep. I think it is. He was charged, was he not? Didn't he go to jail? Yep. So I think, I agree. Andrew Tate comparison. Thank you. If you're going to sit here and compare, Candace, I know you listening, you heifer. If you're going to sit here and say Rob McCoy is such a bad person because he tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison for doing heinous crimes, then we get to say the same thing about you and George Farmer for your association with Andrew Tate, for all the things he's done that was horrible. Because no one has the right to assault anyone, whether a child or grown adult. He was charged with trafficking. What do you think? Are you serious, Candace? Because we can do this. We can sit here and hold you just as guilty as Andrew Tate. Yeah, we can. We can do it. We'll do it. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, we're going to do the same thing. Heifer. You and George are just as despicable as Andrew Tate because you guys sanitized him and he went to prison. That's right. Candace, I told you. You're bad at this. Shout out to all of you all in here. And she was defending Harvey Weinstein. See, Candace, you're defending people who are just deplorable. Harvey Weinstein, Andrew Tate. So, yes, we're going to do the same exact thing you're doing. You and George are just despicable because you tried to sanitize Andrew Tate and Harvey Weinstein. Oh, yeah. We're doing it. We're just throwing it right back at you. Can't make this up. Shout out to Linda Walker. Was the one makes false statements about your business that damage your reputation and bottom line. You are facing business defamation. Absolutely. Shout out to Linda Walker, y'all. Stacey Nelson said, I love when you say heifer. I'm calling her that. What's going on, Mira? How you doing? What's going on, Diane? Candace, can you live in a glass? Candace, you live in a glass house. Exactly. And we're throwing those rocks. Yeah, we're throwing them rocks, girl. We got 5 rocks. Just like David and Goliath. See, we can make those references too. Because I peeped her saying, I hit him in the jugular. Yeah, we peeped that. Because I know personally, I went over the possible major arteries that could have been severed when Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, and the jugular was one of them. Candace, if you're going to learn something from me, don't sit around and turn it into a joke. So I peeped that. I peeped what you said with that. I picked that up. So you can pick up what I'm about to put down. Yeah. We've got 5 rocks. And we're David, you're the Goliath, and you're in that glass house. And we're about to start throwing those rocks. Do you understand? And we're going to throw it hard enough until we see the entire house shatter into pieces. Yeah, we can do quips and quid pro quos and, all these witty cynicisms all day. We can do it all day, girl. We're here for it.
For being a sexual deviant, right? For trying to take photos of young girls. I don't think he's a good guy, and you're not going to make us forget those things because you are trying to pretend that Mikey's actions were totally normal that day. They weren't. That's why I didn't make the public feel that way. Okay. I may have voiced.
Just like, Andrew Tate. I mean, you're trying to sanitize his actions, and, they're not warranted at all. And it's despicable what he did to these women, especially the ones that are suing him. Yeah. We're not going to overlook that with you and George Farmer, the one who likes to go to the boys' clubs.
How they felt, which everyone else is refusing to do. But I do believe that Mikey McCoy should have to answer for who he had on the phone right when the shot went off. So, yeah.
I think you should have to answer to the French government employee that called you talking about payments were paid from the Macrons to Club de Salt for your alleged assassination attempt. You should have to answer a lot of questions for that, Candace. See, we can do this.
His father, his own father, is the one that spoke about Charlie's notebooks and spoke about how Mikey McCoy was talented. And it was Mikey McCoy who then jumped on Liberty University's stage for an event that was scheduled for Charlie Kirk. So there you go. That's our perspective. And I'm going to stand by it. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, we're going to stand by it.
Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual, and its details suggested a, quote, inside job.
It was unusual. That's a fact. And you can quote me on that because I worked for Turning Point USA and I went on every tour since 2000.
She worked there for 2 years, almost 19 months it was. Yeah, you worked there for only less than 2 years. And it hadn't been employed there since 6 years? Since 2019? Once again, Candace, why did George Farmer get fired and or quit his position as chairman with Turning Point UK? Can you explain that? Are the allegations that he essayed another grown man true? We want to know. When is he going to speak on that? I told you, Candace, we're going to do this all day.
2019, and typically those events are decided at least the semester before. This came together very quickly. It is unusual. And I don't know why you think that you are going to be able to disprove that notion when I have the email to support that claim. Let's keep it rolling.
But you won't post up the text message you sent to the FBI agent or any proof of those transactions from Club de Salt. You won't post that stuff up. You don't know who sent you the letter where you were being trolled big time because I said it. Y'all remember when I said, what if she's being trolled? How do you know, Candace, I didn't send you that letter to your tip line? I told you all that. Just like I told you all 2 weeks ago, she was going to be back on these Egyptian planes. Y'all know, we call it here in the Lady Luck Club like we see it. So she can't present the text message she sent to the FBI or give the name of the French government employee that called her with these so-called payments and stuff. That paper trail she says exists somehow, but won't show evidence of that. But she's demanding something? Girl, stop.
She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erica Kirk around the country and that Turning Point has lied about this happening.
Definitely never said Turning Point lied because you never responded.
Yes, you did.
So that doesn't actually make any sense. And
she said that. Why are you like, girl? Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Candace, you're bad at this. I now really want to see her degrees because you can't make this up. What alternate reality is she living in, Candace? You have videos to prove what you said. Y'all see why we keep the caption on? Because I want you all to see the words come out of her mouth as she speaks them. If I got to agonize with this, y'all, listen, Shout out to all of you all that's just, deciding to torture yourselves right along with me.
This is why it's not good to have lawyers write things out, because sometimes they're not so detail oriented.
Oh, dear Lord.
What we did was we showed at first that when I plotted these strange Egyptian jets, that they were following Charlie. And that was a concern because I wondered if they were tracking Charlie.
We didn't know if those were the actual coordinates or the data from those two planes, because Candace didn't know what a black box was until I said it. Candace, why don't you check out Captain Steve? He's an actual airline pilot, and it has been for over 20 years. I don't know everything about aviation, but I do know what the black boxes are. And just the fact that, this data is going to connect to the planes itself. And that data has to come from somewhere. You just put up coordinates on a screen and it didn't show any evidence that it came from the black boxes that's in those planes. You said flat out somehow they were disconnected, but no proof of that. You didn't show the proof of that. You can't make this up.
And then obviously realized that they were tracking TPUSA faith events, and that many more times they were following and perhaps tracking Erica. You should be concerned about that. We find it odd that
Candace, weren't you concerned about somebody trying to assassinate you, and then you went to Dollywood theme park with no security? Girl, bye, Felicia.
Rather than being concerned or trying to get answers to why a foreign military jet would be on the ground during a time when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you're upset with us for asking questions.
Well, no, because one thing has nothing to do with the other, Candace. What's the shooter on the plane? Candace. Girl. Y'all hear this? Oh, Lord have mercy. You can't make this up. Candace, do you hear yourself, girl? I know you in my chat, you heifer. Why don't you be bold and just come out and just show us your full YouTube channel name? Candace. One thing has nothing to do with the other. You're talking about two totally separate events. That's just like me sitting right here, right now, getting upset because a Swiss airline plane landed in Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. The audacity for this Swiss airline plane to land at the Atlanta airport, one of the largest airports in the country. And I'm sitting here live streaming. How dare this plane land in the airport while I'm sitting here live streaming? I'm not trying to compare my actions to the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that one thing has nothing to do with the other. What does that Swiss airline have anything to do with me live streaming? Unless somebody's gotten off that plane and they tried to break into my house or something. How would those two events even correlate together? This is the lack of common sense that you actually you don't have, Candace. You don't have the common sense God gave a Billy Goat. Yeah, Candace is that ram in the bush from the UVU campus. Yeah. You're not using the common sense God gave a Billy Goat. Unless one of those individuals on that plane pulled the trigger and you can prove evidence, camera footage, photos, something, that this person was on that plane, went to UVU, pulled the trigger on a gun, went back to that plane, and then flew the hell up out of here, then you're not making any connection. One event has nothing to do with the damn other. One of these things is not like the other. We got to go to Sesame Street on this. Candace, I'm sure you understand this song. One of these things does not belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other by the time we get through singing this song? You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
About these jets. Let's keep rolling.
She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died.
Never happened. That is not a quotation. That is just them saying that. So let's keep rolling.
Candace, you said you didn't think that it was a good idea for her to become CEO because of all of the dumb accusations you're throwing at her. And you thought she should not, she should be able to distinguish the difference between being a CEO and accepting all this dumb criticism, which is unnecessary because you have no evidence to prove anything, versus being a widow. Candace, you said that. You said that you didn't feel that she was ready to take on the mantle to be CEO when you played that Wolves and Finance video. See, I pay attention here. That's what good journalists do. When you played that Wolves and Finance YouTuber, and he's sitting here talking about endowments, even though he didn't understand the definition or concept of one. You said then, see, I don't think it was a good idea for her to become CEO so soon and blah, blah, blah. But you're never going to be CEO. That's the important thing, Candace. The world is happier knowing that you are not the CEO. You weren't Charlie Kirk's wife either. He didn't pick you, girl. So you can keep hating on Erica Kirk, or you can just pretend like you have a husband you love, focus on him and your 4 kids. Or you can just let George have his fun at the boys' club and just focus on your 4 kids. Whatever.
She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid after the shooting to ensure that he died.
When you say suggested, it means that they are interpreting my words. What I said is another fact. They did not issue him first aid when he fell down. There was nobody who pulled out any gauze and tried to stop the bleeding. And they've admitted to that. In a sit down with Sean Ryan, Brian Harpole said,
"You out of your mind. You literally think that in the time they even heard the shot, understood it would actually hit him, tried to cover him, gave him protection, didn't know if there were going to be more shots because you don't understand how that works. The security has to secure, what they consider to be their asset, right? The client. If you hear a shot, especially in this day and age where we're seeing and witnessing mass shootings happening in public, in schools, where you have multiple rounds being fired. The fact that it was a singular shot is shocking to me. But see, the way you think about this when you're talking about protection and security, you have to assume there could be more shots. Because the moment you hear that one, and then you assume, all right, it's been 4 seconds, there may not be another shot. You get up prematurely, you start trying to do things prematurely, and guess what? Now everybody finds out the hard way, and everybody else is getting shot too. What good would he be? What good would the security team be? You don't think that man feels guilty already? The fact that he actually lost not only a client, but a friend that he had worked for over 8 years. If you don't understand how the protection, how this stuff works when it comes to that, and having to use, once again, here it is, Candace, common sense. When you hear a gunshot, you don't just automatically just jump up and assume there are not going to be any other shots. You have to literally assess the situation and make sure if it's safe for you to get up. And then you're talking about having to carry him away because they didn't have a gurney, or they didn't have a bed or a wheelchair even to roll him out. They had to carry him, 5 or 6 of them had to carry him physically away and try to put pressure on the neck. You said he didn't have a gauze. The man actually put pressure on the neck with his bare hands. And the fact that you he was shot in at least the major artery and the jugular vein in the neck. You knew he would not, like, if you looked at this anatomically speaking, you knew the chances of him even surviving was very slim because of the major arteries, the major blood vessels that were severed. But he said he put his finger in the hole. He realized there was an entry wound, no exit wound. Put his finger in the hole, and he tried to stop the bleeding from the inside. But the only way they could even start doing something like that, you're talking about having to go into your pouch, get out all these supplies and all these things. They have to make sure that they're not going to get shot the moment they stand up. And then they had to carry him to the truck. And then he was able to actually put gauze in. it didn't mean that he did not try to apply pressure to the gunshot wound, Candace. That's what you're literally omitting out of this. And it seems like you're doing this intentionally because you have selective hearing and you just want to paint this stupid narrative to fit your moot point that does not apply and it lacks logic, evidence, truth telling, facts, laws, common just principles. You're lacking all of that in this. If you're going to repeat what was said, because we can just go watch it, why don't you repeat word for word what was said? Why not just play that clip of the video since you can't recall it correctly? Play the video. The Luxers here tell me if I don't understand something, they'll say, Lady Luck, Google it. They hold me accountable for that. You're saying no pressure was applied, no first aid, life-saving measures were done. That is false. You're talking about the application of gauze. It's not the only way to apply pressure to a wound. You can't make this up. So if you're going to recant this stuff, Candace, and you can't recant every word said, or you're going to sit here and pick and choose, and don't get mad when people debunk you and just actually play the part of the video where he actually said what he did to try to at least put pressure on the neck until they can get him in the car and get him going to the hospital. You're out of your mind.
It was because of the severity of the injury. I'm sorry again that we noticed something that stood out as unusual, given the expertise and the amount of money that he was paying that supposed to be an elite team. Let's keep rolling.
She has raised suspicions.
Yeah, let's just not forget that Candace is not a doctor. She's not licensed or educated even, to do anything life-saving. She's also not, a security officer of any sort. Never served in the military, never served in law enforcement. She can barely quote a law. It's not perception, it's 9/10 the law. It's possession, Candace. Possession is 9/10 the law. You can't even quote that right.
About the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera. She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually abuses male interns.
You can't make this up.
Okay, so yes, the SD card thing is unbelievably suspicious. It's not something that you would do. Neither would you just run up onto a grassy knoll and record yourself.
How would you know that, Candace? How would you know that that was not their protocol? How would you know that? So you would rather someone else, some stranger, like that stranger that sent you that letter where you outed your own attorney's law firm? Because you still don't know who that is either. So you expect some stranger to come into what's supposed to have been the crime scene and just take the camera footage. What if someone would have done that because they didn't move fast enough and secure the SD card? And then you got somebody that takes that SD card out. They have no idea who that person is. And then they upload all this footage on the internet just to get clicks and views and money, or to even sell it. Where's the common sense in that? So they're not supposed to take their own equipment out, secure the SD card, and turn it over to either the DA, the investigators, the FBI, the police officers conducting the investigation, the detectives rather. They're supposed to just let it sit there and some random stranger comes and get it. And then they probably never get that actual SD card, recovered. People do that all the time. They go to crime scenes. It happened with Kobe Bryant. When he and his daughter and the other victims that died in that plane crash, you had the technicians that go out and recover evidence, taking photos and keeping pieces of the actual accident just so they could say they had a piece of it. And then they go out and they tell somebody that they did this. Never mind the fact that there's a whole investigation that has to occur where all of that evidence may be needed. Most of it would be required. So this SD card that can be used in a murder investigation was supposed to just be left there in the camera and posted up and no one go and get it. Are you telling me that, Candace? Because we're using common sense here that God gave a billy goat for once. So that camera was just supposed to sit up there where it was mounted up. And then anyone could have just came down there and did the same thing by taking it down and taking out the card. This is how ridiculous this is for her to say this. She who knows nothing and can't prove that she has 2 degrees. You can't make this up, man. Oh, God.
Yourself. Again, these are unusual actions. And rather than trying to pretend like it's normal to record a selfie video of yourself and to prematurely announce that somebody is dead, maybe you should answer why all of that took place, because you guys told lies about, verifiable lies about why that took place. Because don't forget, Andrew Colvett sat next to you and said it was because people were stealing. People were stealing. You probably would want to grab the very expensive cameras and not the SD card for an event that
they had to get the SD card out the camera. Is she this stupid? Candace, they had to get the SD card out of the camera. Where else was the SD card house? Someone tell me that. Maybe I'm missing the mark here. Was the SD card in any other place except inside the camera? She's literally contradicting herself. Let me go back. Hold on. Let's go back. Because she's saying it's unusual to take down the camera and the SD card and then turn around and said, you know, it's unusual to record yourself because people could come in and steal cameras and stuff. Wait a minute. Okay, that's the exact reason why they took it down, the security. How many people were recording at the event? Do you know how many people were recording, Candace, at that event? Someone doing a selfie, it's not uncommon. In this day and age of technology, people have recorded people losing their lives on national television. Charlie Kirk's death is one of them. And it's unfortunate. And you're sitting here contradicting yourself on things that you can just look up and read. Basic facts you can just gain from knowledge and reading. Of course, they secured it. I would have done the same thing. Turning Point have their own guidelines and things that should be done in the event of an emergency to this scale. You know, because you're never really ready for something like this to happen. But if you plan for certain things and be strategic, perhaps something can be avoided or something can, you know, you don't have to worry about unnecessary hindrances that can slow down the process or the, you know, pursuit of trying to get help. But she's sitting here contradicting herself about a camera. You know, because somehow she deems that more important than anything else.
Unusual actions. And rather than trying to pretend like it's normal to record a selfie video of yourself and to prematurely announce that somebody is dead, maybe you should answer why all of that took place, because you guys told lies about, verifiable lies about why that took place. Because don't forget, Andrew Colvett sat next to you and said it was because people were stealing. People were stealing. You probably would want to grab the very expensive cameras and not the SD card.
The SD card is in the camera. Is that the case? Things were moving so fast. You can't make this up. The SD card is in the camera that has footage that could aid in the investigation. Why would you want that to land in the hands of a stranger? Why? The person that took down the camera and the SD card is not a licensed paramedic. They're not EMT. The security were the main ones that provided that initial first aid and ensured that he went to the hospital. What was the cameraman supposed to do if he's not even licensed or certified or trained to even provide first aid? So you're saying it's wrong for them to just secure that evidence? That you don't want some random stranger to take down and steal? That would be something someone would steal if they're trying to get something valuable. It's not just the camera. It's the evidence on that SD card in the camera. You can't make this up. Well, Jill said, does she not know how a camera works? I don't think she does. Kovac gave an example of people stealing hats. Exactly. You don't think someone will want to get their hands on the SD card? Candace herself demanded that Turning Point USA show her that footage. It's the evidence, the information on the card that's more valuable than anything. Or else Candace would not have tried to bully Turning Point USA. to let her see video footage she's not legally even authorized to see. You don't have standing to make that demand, Candace. You're not law enforcement. You're not an investigator. And I mean licensed, commissioned officer, detective, none of that. You have no part in this investigation. You've already said you don't care about it. This is the buffoonery of it all. That freeze face. Yeah, we're here. We're here to do this all day. Candace, if you can dish it, you can take it.
For an event that was being live streamed. Regarding Tyler Boyer, I'm so glad we're going to do this live streamed because I'm happy to present to you the exact name of the intern. And I didn't say that he abused him. I didn't say it was not consensual. I said that he likes younger boys. I don't mean like younger as in they're not of the legal age. I'm just saying they're a lot younger than him. And yeah, I can give you the exact name of the intern that he hooked up with. That person was not at Turning Point USA.
Why do we care about that? Once again, it's like the Macron thing. Why do you care about what's going on in France? Or who the French president is married to? Why are you bringing that up? Let's just say he's gay. I mean, he likes men, right? But when you say younger, and you're saying it in a way to where you want people to think heinous about it, younger could be 2 years younger. But if that be the case, why even bring it up? If it's a matter of, well, he likes younger men. No, she said boys. Y'all see the terms she's using here? She didn't say younger men. She said younger boys. I'm automatically going to assume, as the average reasonable listener, not a candy-ass cult member, but the average reasonable viewer or listener is going to assume when you say younger boys, you're talking about boys that are minors. Otherwise, Candace, because, this is how grammar syntax works, wouldn't you just say younger men so that people don't naturally think you're talking about minor children? She allegedly studied English in college where she can't prove she got that degree, like showed the degree of that English major.
Not the SD card for an event that was being live streamed. Regarding Tyler Boyer, I'm so glad we're going to do this live streamed because I'm happy to present to you the exact name of the intern. And I didn't say that he abused him. I didn't say it was not consensual. I said that he likes younger boys. I don't mean like younger as in they're not of the legal age.
Younger men.
I'm just saying they're a lot younger than him. And yeah, I can give you the exact name of the intern that he hooked up with. That person was
That's
not
not relevant to
USA. But I can also give you more than that, as well as people that are currently working for Turning Point USA who said that Tyler Boyer and these are young men tried to hook up with them after.
Okay, see, she said young men. Candace, that's all you had to say from the beginning. Young men. You're a mother to what? 2, 3 boys? Doesn't she have like 3 boys herself? You understand how that will come across as a mother for someone to say younger boys. But then you turn around and actually say these young men because consciously, if thou has a soul, right? You would know subconsciously. Saying younger boys could give off a false impression. So let me say young men. And that's exactly what she did. Why couldn't she say that the entire time? And why do we care about who he's dating if they are of legal age anyway? Why do we care about that? Candace, just because everything is fake and gay to you doesn't mean that it has to be to everyone else. What about this essay allegation from George Farmer? Why don't you speak on that? Because that will be of more public interest, I believe. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're going to sit here and talk about someone at Turning Point in any sector having a dealing with a young man, what happened to that allegation that your husband allegedly essayed another man? Because we can't dismiss that either. Since we're doing this apples to apples, if you can dish it, you can take it.
Some events. So glad we're going to live stream that. Keep going.
She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors, like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration of Turning Point either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are.
Yeah, so I do believe that.
Yeah, but she didn't name the actual branch of military, which is even worse. You can't make this up.
Calvary Chapel, their history with Chuck Smith, the evidence that it was a militant CIA effort to infiltrate the Christian faith and to tie the Christian faith to the political ideology of Zionism. I think there's a lot of evidence for that, and I'm happy to discuss that in a broader debate. I do think that things at Turning Point USA became a bit problematic when you started to, I would say, almost hijack genuine Christian faith and sort of roll it into this idea that you must support Israel in order to be a Christian. That's kind of floating into more opinion, but I think well backed by the facts of the founding of the Calvary Chapel Church during the decade of the 60s, where the CIA was really just spiking the ball on Christians in general.
No, you can't prove that. You can't prove that. You can't prove that the CIA is knowingly, willfully, and intentionally trying to infiltrate Christianity. You can't prove that with evidence because you don't have that type of evidence. So wait a minute. Let me ask you all this. You know, and I'm going to throw this out to the candy asses as well. Doesn't it sound like Candace is saying that she champions for a separation of church and state? I mean, wouldn't this be the argument you would present based on your belief that there should be a clear separation of church and state? Doesn't it sound like that to me? I'm here because of reasons. What's going on, Tavares? Shout out to my mods. How you doing, IDK? That top she's wearing is just a choice. Exactly. Looking like somebody's Meemaw. Candace, you look like somebody's 88-year-old grandmother. And I mean exactly like it. With a smirk on your face. Y'all, these freeze frames are epic. Wouldn't that be an argument to say, I believe in a separation of church and state? I don't believe that, let's say, our judicial branch of government should ever express any idea that would come off as if they are aligned with one political party over the other, based on the belief one has more faith than the other. I mean, if that be the case, why does the executive branch of government talk about anything dealing with Christianity if you believe that there should be a clear separation of church and state? That means government officials, elected officials, should not even be talking about religion. Wouldn't that be the case? There's a separation of church and state, but if you have a president that talks about this nation being, Christian based as the leading faith here, then how is he separating his ability to be a president from his ideas of religion or Christianity? You can't make this up. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm saying we don't expect any member of government then to talk about Christianity if that's the case. That's all I'm saying. Why even bring up religion in general if you're in the government? So I just, we have a lot of laws that says you shouldn't defame people either, and that's not protected free speech. It seems like, laws are only applied when it's convenient to her, when it fits a moot point. There are also laws that speaks on not doxing people. She has no quarrels with disregarding that law. But yet and still, this concept here, I know that there is a separation of church and state. There's supposed to be. But when you have members of our government talking about anything related to religion, how are they showing that there is a clear separation of it? Wouldn't that mean that religion would have to be completely removed from the aspect of government? Wouldn't that be the case? I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions here.
Keep going.
Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone.
sorry, that was a dream that I had. And it is also a realization that it has been months. People at Turning Point USA are in possession of text messages and the day before Charlie died, in which he wrote out to you, and not just to people that work at Turning Point USA, but also security guards, that he thought that they were going to kill him tomorrow, explicitly. I find it highly unusual that you wouldn't share that information at all, or that you would sit by and be quiet, or at some points attack people that are trying to explore who they is, because I don't think anybody believes that Charlie thought that a trans furry.
Miles, let me say something. If someone is just being completely unruly like that and they can't, show any level of respect, you have the right to boot them. Just like they think they have the right to say what they want, we have the right to think about whether we want to even entertain it. I have the right to determine whether or not I want the nonsense in my chat. Period. Plus, YouTube will flag a video if they're scanning it and they're seeing all these weird comments that they would deem inappropriate. So if you need to, kick their asses out. They don't want nothing over here. So they think they got free speech? Well, I have the right to not read dumb crap either. And comments that are just completely beyond derogatory, defamatory, racial slurs. No, we don't have the right to read that. We don't sit here and trample on our rights. You have the right to free speech. You can go exercise it somewhere else. But I'm not going to allow people to cause my video to get flagged either, because these dumb comments are being picked up. And I get it. Candy asses, you all don't know how anything works either way. You certainly don't understand how this works with YouTube. Makes no sense. Boot them. It's all good. We're not going to sit here and torture. I'm not going to let my Lucksters and my moms be disrespectful.
Kid who had never been on UVU's campus was going to kill him tomorrow. And your silence during moments when people are lying, like Josh Hammer, when he said, hey, this never happened, Charlie never blinked on Israel, makes you all look very, very suspicious. Lies are only necessary, okay, when you are covering something. And if you are covering the truth, you are betraying Charlie. So I stand by that. Let's keep going.
She has said
she doesn't understand the definition of a lie when it comes to her lying about sending a text message to an FBI agent or getting a call from some high-ranking French government official, because we don't do whataboutisms. We don't do hypocrisy over here. Candace, just because you're a narcissist does not mean we have to sit here and let you just say whatever you want without evidence, where it is defamatory. This is why she's in court. This makes no sense. You're telling lies and you're not producing evidence. So until you produce evidence to support any payment from Club Descent, Candace, you lied. Because two can play this game, girl.
Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth.
So you notice that's like a Snopes tactic. When he says the quote, it's actually not a full quotation. I never said that, obviously, in the context that he put it in, that Charlie's friends, quote.
It's not about the context. It's about the words that came out of your mouth. No one is going to read your mind. Candace, you're 36 years old. With 4 kids, you claim you're homeschooling, even though none of them are actual school age. But whatever. And somehow you think that people are supposed to understand some entirely different context based on the words coming out of your mouth. We're not doing it. Say what you mean and mean what you say. So if you don't mean to say something in a particular way or give off the wrong context of something, such as you saying young boys versus young men, right? Why don't you use the correct terminology so that people can understand what you're saying based on what you've said? You expecting people to read between the lines and you want to sugarcoat. We ain't doing that. No, ma'am. You better learn how to speak.
Had to know he was going to be murdered. Did I say the sentence? Had to know he was going to be murdered? Perhaps, but we're going to need to hear the full sentence because you're trying
perhaps. You just said perhaps. You said it. What the hell?
She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested
Just admit
those
it, she
friends
said
might
it.
have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth.
So you notice that's like a Snopes tactic. When he says the quote, it's actually not a full quotation. I never said that. Obviously, in the context that he put it in, that Charlie's friends, quote, had to know he was going to be murdered. Did I say the sentence, had to know he was going to be murdered? Perhaps, but we're going to need to hear the full sentence.
Did I say the full sentence? My goodness. This girl lies like she's breathing air. How do you contradict yourself from one statement to another? Y'all see how this? Oh, God. Not in the context that he put it in. Once again, speak plain. Be clear in what you're saying. Use the correct terminology. Candace, use your words, girl. Use your words. You can't make this up.
To know he was going to be murdered. Did I say the sentence, had to know he was going to be murdered? Perhaps.
Perhaps. Did I just say the sentence, had to know he was going to be murdered? Perhaps. If you didn't say it, and you can say that with a blessed assurance, wouldn't you just flat out say, I never said those words? Wouldn't she just say this? Candace, you're bad at this. This is why your ass is going to court right now for defamation.
But we're going to need to hear the full sentence because you're trying to context it in a way that is just untrue. And I don't think it's necessary. If you're willing to have a conversation that you need to lie about anything that I've said, people have watched the show. They know exactly what I've said. And I tend to stand by what I've said. And I do stand by everything that I've said. Keep going.
So why say perhaps? You stand by what you said, and then you turn around after you said, perhaps I said it. No, own up to it. Yes, I said those words. The end. Simple. Because you're a grown woman. So if you believe what you're saying is true, then why even cast doubt on what you said? You can't go to court with semantics, Candace. You go in there with that word salad and plain semantics if you want to. I dare you to do it. Just so I can prove my point. Go to court and play word salad and semantics if you want to. Oh my God, y'all hit the like button.
The full sentence because you're trying to context it in a way that is just untrue. And I don't think it's necessary. If you're willing to have a conversation that you need to lie about anything that I've said, people have watched the show. They know exactly what I've said. And I tend to stand by what I've said. And I do stand by everything that I've said. Keep going.
She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which again is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline.
Okay, so immorality, like financial impropriety, does not necessarily mean that you committed true financial fraud. There's definitely financial impropriety at the company. I would say that if you are representing yourself as a charity and what you're actually doing is evaporating millions of dollars into various LLCs.
They're not evaporating it. They have the right to transfer it to their subsidiaries. Period. Just like how you and Wolves of Finance, whatever the hell his name is, did not understand the definition or concept of an endowment. And I had to do a video basically saying both of you are wrong. I didn't even make the claim. I presented the facts and it proved that you both were wrong. You're talking about impropriety here. He just said that you falsely accused them of missing the deadline to file tax documents. I literally went over how the IRS will allow a 6-month extension without even having to say why. And then if you need additional time, they will grant you a 90-day second extension. But with that second extension, you actually have to state the reason, and it needs to be something valuable. And I do believe that the CEO of Turning Point being shot on national television is more than enough reason, if they needed an additional 3 months, for the IRS to give them that additional time. This is absurd. They can put money in their subsidiaries. They put money in their endowment. And then they invest with that money in the endowment. And it's the ROI that they use to actually pay the expenses for the parent company, Turning Point USA. That is how it works. That is how endowments work. And yet she refuses to just Google this stuff and read it and make it make sense. Candace, you're bad at this.
That have your name on it, that would be financial impropriety, right? Like you could say, I'm a contractor, I'm this LLC, I'm that LLC. I'm not doing anything illegal, but it's inappropriate. It's improper.
No, it's not. It's very proper. Once again, she never looked up what an endowment is and the purpose of an endowment. And I'm speaking on that one specifically because this rules and finance person tried to say, it's not illegal, but I personally feel it's unethical. But that's not even unethical. It's not a matter of ethics. They literally have the right, based on what type of endowment they have and the purposes of it, to invest in the stock market. How else do you generate an ROI? How else do you generate a return on your investment? You have to actually invest the money. That is what an endowment was designed to do. It gives the company some level of long-term stability. So if they have $80 million sitting in that endowment and they have at least a 10% ROI, that 10% of the 80 million is what they then turn around and put back into Turning Point to pay expenses. That's how it works. Very legal, very ethical process that millions of nonprofit organizations do all over the US. Why is that bad for Turning Point? It's so stupid.
Most people are not able to read those forms and won't understand what's happening to the $80 million.
She
and I think
doesn't
that those
understand
questions are, of course, valid and that you guys should have no issues answering them. I am struck by the fact that you're still trying to conflate an annual audit with Charlie's explicit request to put together a Doge department 7 days before he died. These are not the same. You know they're not the same. I know they're not the same. Okay, everyone knows that Doge is not the same as the audits that are required for 501c3s, conducting an internal audit. And having you still misrepresent that makes us uncomfortable. Address the Doge.
But why? You lied and said that they missed their deadline. That's what he said. He's not talking about Doge. He said you lied when you claimed they missed a deadline to file taxes. You and Rules of Finance, both of you should be sued for that. It was a provable false statement. And because you don't understand that the IRS can grant extensions, you said that as a matter of a fact. What a dingus.
Show they know exactly what I've said. And I tend to stand by what I've said. And I do stand by everything that I've said. Keep going.
She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which again is not true.
Fraud
Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline.
Okay, so immorality, like financial impropriety, does not necessarily mean that you committed true financial fraud. There's definitely financial impropriety at the company. I would say that if you are representing yourself as a charity and what you're actually doing is evaporating millions of dollars into various LLCs that have your name on it, that would be financial impropriety, right? Like you could say, I'm a contractor, I'm this LLC, I'm that LLC. I'm not doing anything illegal, but it's inappropriate. It's improper. Most people are not able to read those forms and won't understand what's happening to the $80 million. And I think that those questions are, of course, valid and that you guys should have no issues answering them. I am struck by the fact that you're still trying to conflate an annual audit with Charlie's explicit request to put together a Doge department 7 days before he died. These are not the same. You know they're not the same. I know they're not the same. Okay, everyone knows that Doge is not the same as the audits that are required for 501c3s, conducting an internal audit. And having you still misrepresent that makes us uncomfortable. Address the Doge. That's got nothing.
No. So let's go to this because, it's time for a vocabulary lesson. Keyword of the month here in the LLC is evidence. Candace. Impropriety is defined to be a failure to observe standards or show due honesty or modesty. A failure to observe standards or a failure to show due honesty or modesty. improper language, behavior, or character. This is the definition of that term. You did not provide any evidence that they failed to observe any standard. They were given extensions from the IRS, and you don't know what an endowment is and what it's designed for. You didn't show any evidence that they failed to show due honesty or modesty. And just because they got an extension to file the tax forms, you're claiming that that was improper. But it's not improper because they were given an extension. They could have easily got another extension. But because you didn't know that, and that is important for context here, you accused them falsely of impropriety. You said they didn't meet the deadline. What it's definitions of terms she's having a hard time with. Oh my God, let's get some comments in. You guys, make sure you hit that like button. I appreciate you all tuning in because this is what we do. I just, simple things like this, Candace could have Googled because she doesn't understand the definition of impropriety. I know you don't, girl. You're using terms so loosely and you have no idea what you're saying because you don't know what it means. You're not even looking it up in a dictionary. Took me 2 seconds to look that up. Tavares said talking in circles, word salad. Exactly. Oh man. I think she is amazing, to be honest. Great, good for you. Dear TPUSA, sue her. Shout out to Linda Walker. Because she's not proving any evidence. I don't understand. Yeah, she's not posting any evidence. She needs to show evidence of that. She said they committed fraud. You understand that's a criminal offense. She's gonna have to show evidence on that. What is it called? Hey, follow your destiny. Is it March on? Department of Government Efficiency. Since when did TPUSA become a government agency? Exactly. It's filed. Shout out to my mods. Where is the evidence of the Doge request, Candace? All we have is your word as far as I know. Did she ever show evidence that there was, Charlie Kirk wanted a Doge? And what makes her think that they still can't do it? I'm lost on that. She falsely stated that they missed the tax deadline and didn't even bother to look it up online with the IRS. So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. No evidence on that, but said they committed fraud. Now she's saying, oh, it's an impropriety. And that doesn't even apply because we just went over here's the definition of the term, Candace. Reading is fundamental, girl. Anyone else notice that both Candace and Umar both have an LLC in Delaware? Exactly. It's supposed to be cheap there. And a lot of, financial transactions flow there, banks and financial companies like that. That's one of the reasons why, first of all, Umar didn't buy anything because his name is not on the deed. And Candace doesn't even want to acknowledge the fact, or she did, but look how long it took for her to say that she has LLCs in Delaware. She finally confirmed it. So she destroyed her attorney's defense on that so-called lack of jurisdiction. You can't make this up. Because of the loopholes there. She doesn't have any, exactly. Probably represent Lady Luck Club and Moss. Thank you for covering this. Oh, absolutely. We're here for it. Tax loopholes. There you go. They get a lot of tax loopholes, a lot of tax cuts. I don't think that the taxes there are very expensive. Property taxes is definitely, cheaper and reasonable. But she's not even sitting here trying to explain why her LLCs are registered there. Oh, no, she's not going to make that up. Has anyone seen Candace's tax filings for her LLC? Anyone? We may have to look that up. Candace, because you're sitting here talking about they missed the deadline and you claimed they committed fraud. And you didn't prove any evidence to show either. So this is it. Impropriety. More words she can't define. This is absolutely insane.
Nothing to do with anything other than Charlie, right? Charlie felt that this needed to happen. And inside sources at your own company say it was because he didn't know where the money was coming from or how quickly and where exactly the money was being evaporated to.
What sources?
That passes the vibe check in terms of what Doge is about, because, of course,
let's go back. Because she's, once again, no evidence, but here's her so-called
the Doge.
proof.
That's got nothing to do with anything other than Charlie, right? Charlie felt that this needed to happen. And inside sources at your own company say it was because he didn't know where the money.
Inside sources at your own company. Candace, that's not evidence. Just because some inside source you can't name said something does not make it evidence or true. You didn't even prove who this inside source is. That's if she has sources. Because I would like to just think for a moment, with her attacking Turning Point relentlessly for 3 months, even if those are people who come out and come forward, it still does not mean that she gets to say that they have committed fraud. It does not mean that she gets to lie and say they did not file their tax documents in time. Her ignorance of not knowing about IRS tax extensions is beyond comprehension. But if you would rather just be able to look that up and say, I looked up, the deadlines and the extensions that they can get as a 501c3, there could be a chance that they have an extension and that deadline has not passed yet. She didn't even give the benefit of the doubt. She just flat said, they're committing fraud and they missed the tax deadline. Those are provable false statements. And she's the one bringing forth the allegations. So, the Candace can sit here and demand whatever they want. No one cares. But if she's bringing forth the allegation, then it will be on her to produce the evidence. It's not for them to prove her right. If anything, the lack of evidence proves her wrong. Because you need evidence to support that. Not just because Candace said so. That's not evidence. No one cares.
It was coming from or how quickly and where exactly the money was being evaporated to. That passes the vibe check in terms of what Doge is about, because, of course,
no, it doesn't.
Charlie could not have been establishing Doge for the last 5 years because that's a very new concept as of 2025, something that Trump put into place with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, right? So, yeah, you're still being dishonest, but carry on.
Candace,
I didn't prove anything because you didn't still prove that these so-called insiders work for Turning Point. You didn't ask them for evidence on this. You saying someone committed fraud. Can you provide me emails on that? Because we have to have evidence to say that they're somehow doing something fraudulent. Why didn't she ask this so-called insider source for actual documentation? Once again, just like the government employee talking about payments and stuff, there's a paper trail. Why didn't you ask that French government employee, Candace, to send over the actual paper trail? If they laid eyes on a paper trail, why didn't you just ask them to email that stuff to you? Take a photo of it. Something. Do a screenshot. Something that can be evidence that we can see. You're just saying some inside source. We don't know who these people are. And for her to just say them, they, and we, and our, and us, and never specify who all these pronouns she's referring to. I have no reason to take her for her word when she says some inside source said this, as if it's a matter of a fact. No, you're talking about hearsay, Candace. So if you go to court and say, I have inside sources that said that this was happening, blah, blah, blah. Okay, who's the so-called source? And why didn't they send you evidence? Well, I can't disclose my sources. Okay, so it's irrelevant. We're going to object to it as hearsay. That's how that works. You're taking a conversation from someone else whom you claim you can't even actually reveal who they are with no evidence. And you're saying that this is the proof I need to claim that you're dishonest and you're committing fraud. These could be people she's making up in her head. Those imaginary friends she got.
has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out because from the start, there has been nothing there.
Okay, so no matter how many times you keep pretending there's nothing there at the Egyptian planes, the whole internet understands that there's something there at the Egyptian planes, especially
because we don't know who was on it, and if any one of those people on it pulled the trigger. So it has nothing to do with the event, Charlie Kirk's death, and none of that. You're just saying planes were in the air. It's nothing but a distraction. And it's an intentional interference. Oh, these Egyptian planes flew over and landed the same day he was shot. Okay, what does that have to do with that? This is, man, the fact that anyone else would have been charged or at least investigated with obstruction and interference by now, it boggles my mind as to why the FBI hasn't even tried to question her about this. Candace, you're distracting and deterring from the evidence that does exist by trying to point out mundane things that are moot points. It's a moot point. Egyptian planes flying in the air. They landed somewhere. We don't even know who's on these planes. You can't even put those people at the scene of the actual campus during the actual shooting. And you can't even produce evidence to show that any persons on these planes pulled the trigger. You can't even make a connection with this.
You keep pretending like it's not weird. Like you're just like, it's not weird. No, this is normal. It's totally fine that these Egyptian planes, and also, by the way, today it broke that the Saudi king was on this.
She's stuttering. Candace, you off script. You're bad at this, girl. She is so far off script. Oh my God. Okay, let's get to
sources at your own company say it was because he didn't know where the money was coming from or how quickly and where exactly the money was being evaporated to. That passes the vibe check in terms of what Doge is about, because of course, Charlie could not have been establishing Doge for the last 5 years because that's a very new concept as of 2025, something that Trump put into place with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, right? So yeah, you're still being dishonest.
Yeah, with the government.
Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out because from the start, there has been nothing there.
Okay, so no matter how many times you keep pretending there's nothing there at the Egyptian planes, the whole internet understands that there's something there at the Egyptian planes, especially because you keep pretending like it's not weird. Like you're just like, it's not weird. No, this is normal. It's totally fine that these Egyptian planes, and also, by the way, today it broke that the Saudi king was on this plane at some point in 2023. We'll get to that later. And you guys are like, this is totally normal. This is just what happens at UVU. People just lay over into Wilmington, do things. It's just so foolish. You guys have got to stop the gaslighting if you think your organization is going to survive. I mean, some of that stuff is just untrue. Saying that I went after somebody for wearing a green hoodie is not true at all.
You posted a photo up of this kid. You're saying that you're accusing them of claiming that you went after him. You posted a photo up and said, this is suspicious. And it scared the kid so bad, he felt he had to respond to your buffoonery. You actually posted up a photo of this and called it suspicious for no reason other than him wearing a green hoodie. It's suspicious. It's hot outside. Why is he wearing this hoodie? F is wrong with you. Maybe he's not hot. I don't care if he plays soccer or not. Maybe he wanted to wear a hoodie because he didn't feel hot. Now you're trying to tell someone how they should feel wearing a hoodie? You don't get to dictate that, Kansas. You just don't, girl. You posted that up. No one would have known this kid existed had it not been for you posting his photo. And what do the candy asses do? They go out and cyber stalk him, trying to find out who he is. because dumb reasons and cybercrime. That's what happened. That kid was scared to death. He didn't have a choice. You coerced him to have to respond to you because he knew that there was an onslaught of cyber harassment and bullying and doxing coming his way. So he got ahead of it by responding and saying, no, we're just like this all the time. He should not have had to even do that. And yet he did. Let's not pretend like she doesn't dox people.
Being covered the green hoodie people on this show. I shared a picture when somebody asked for a picture because they were trying to investigate and identify everyone who was there, which is valid. And the person wearing the green hoodie was not even upset about it. He responded. So that has nothing to do with me whatsoever. And by the way, it would probably feel better to the public if you guys were the ones that were asking questions about who was there on that day. I completely stand by what I said.
Girl, if you see the videos, it's not like everyone in the crowd had a gun on their hip. Unless you saw someone with a gun in their hand, why would we care about everyone that was there? We only care about the person that pulled the trigger. Several people, hundreds of people were live streaming. So unless you saw a video of someone actually carrying a gun, we don't care who all were there. Charlie Kirk didn't either, or else he would have started some level of a ticketing system a long time ago. He didn't even want it to be that way. Why would you think he would want you to find out every single person that was there unless you saw them with a gun? Otherwise, they were there to view and spectate. That's it. They're just innocent people who are out there supporting Charlie Kirk on campus. That's it. They were fans of his. Everyone didn't have a gun. The kid with the green hoodie, it's not like you saw him with a gun on his hip. There's no indication that all those people there should be identified simply because they were there. Now you're just trying to say, well, sex for all 3,000 of you. You were at the wrong place at the wrong time. Now I got to find out exactly every single person that was there, man, woman, and child, even though there's no reason for me to know who these people are. The buffoonery of this is unbelievable.
About the people that are wearing maroon shirts, they are going to, I will guarantee you, represent a military unit somewhere. I'm very close to figuring out exactly which military unit that was. Again, trying to gaslight us and pretend we're conspiracy theorists or like that's stupid. Not a good long-term strategy for Turning Point USA. Carry on.
The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total reckless disregard for the truth so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played. Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous murders in American history, a murder many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's murder. And just like a lot of those Antifa members, many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it.
Okay, conflating people that are trying.
No, it's a cybercrime too, Candace. You have a history of doxing people. Your candy ass cult followers actually think that people should stoop to their level or dip into some alternate reality to try to believe anything you say when we don't owe you that. No one owes you that. The absurdity of you thinking you have to identify every single person there without just cause. As if these people don't have the right to exist in peace. As if they didn't have the right to be there to support someone they like to see on campus, to support someone they consider to be a leader. You're treating people as if they didn't have the right to live and exist, to make their own conscientious decision to go to a UVU event with Charlie Kirk. It is absolutely stupid, and any judge would agree with what I've said and what he has just said. Who gave you the authority to try to ID thousands of people who chose to go to an event? That's doxing. You and all these so-called brainless mommy slews impersonating CIA agents and investigators. You don't think all of this is going unnoticed? Especially those who aided in that, and they also have large platforms. Yeah, I really thought Ian McCarroll was or Ian Carroll. Yeah, I thought it was a female at first.
Figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk with like Antifa is actually objectively funny. That's an unforced error. They should not have included that in the statement. Somebody in that room was like, should we say that? Should we not? And somebody said, no, we shouldn't say that. And then somebody else in the room said, no, we should. Let's keep it in. That second person was wrong. That should have been struck from the statement. It's very silly. Okay. It's very silly to attack your own audiences who are concerned and your own donors who are concerned and say, you're Antifa if you don't accept this absurd Fed slop. If you're not going to drink the Fed slop, then you are Antifa. Just not a good idea whatsoever. Okay. That is not what's happening here. You are not the victim. Charlie is actually, he's dead. And to pretend like you are too aggrieved to be able to answer the questions makes entirely no sense. Obviously, if you were actually.
Oh my God. Did she just say to pretend you're aggrieved? Are you trying to say they don't have the right to grieve? Because somehow you think that you're God and they owe you an answer or response to something? This is why they didn't need to respond to her at all. Because you're giving her content. Candace cannot keep this up for long. At some point, she's going to have to talk about something else. Because it's going to get to a point where this murder trial investigation is going to start. And by the time all of the exhibits get introduced, along with the actual testimony of Tyler Robinson, she won't be able to say he didn't do it. Now, we all know she doesn't care about the investigation. But factually speaking, all of that will play out in the court of law. And simply because she thinks she's above the rule of law, she doesn't care what the hell is going on with that. She said it herself. She does not care about this investigation. You might as well just say you don't want Tyler Robinson to go to prison. That's it. As if his testimony was not enough. Unbelievable. And you know, he talking about people who are unexpected and all this other stuff. No. The candy asses, they choose to believe this stuff. And they don't ask her, hey, can you just post up that text message you sent to the FBI? As proof that you are truly concerned about your so-called well-being with this assassination. Can you give us the name of that French government employee that called you talking about payments from this club? Can you produce a degree? You claim you earned 2. Can you actually show the degrees? Because you saying it's not enough. Can you prove that Turning Point USA committed fraud? The IRS guidelines have already debunked you about them missing a deadline. But you said that as a fact, Candace. It wasn't your opinion. You didn't do any research before you made those statements. You admitted to posting up the photo of that kid. And then you're trying to blame it on someone else. The delusion in this girl, she is on a whole nother planet.
And you are Antifa. Just not a good idea whatsoever. Okay. That is not what's happening here. You are not the victim. Charlie is actually, he's dead. And to pretend like you are too aggrieved to be able to answer the questions makes sense.
This is so evil right here. Pretend like you are too aggrieved to answer questions that only she's asking. No one gives a damn about those Egyptian planes because you can't point out anyone on those planes that pulled the trigger. You can't do it. You never could. Candace, you're bad at this.
Entirely no sense. Obviously, if you were actually under a real amount of stress, if you actually were deeply upset that people had you on a list of suspects or thought that you were suspicious, you would just clarify things instantly, immediately. It's so easy. It's free. If someone said, Candace, what were you doing when Charlie Kirk was shot? I'd be like, I was sitting down at my table prepping my show. Like, the question doesn't offend me because I had nothing to do with Charlie dying. Okay. This is a psychological technique that is failing. It is failing.
Neither did they. Even if they were there, what about all the thousands of innocent bystanders that were there just to support him? And you're sitting here talking about you want to ID everyone. That sounds like a dictatorship to me, Candace. You act like no one's supposed to live and exist, in peace. Freely choose to do what they want to do. That's like questioning everyone that goes to Disney World. You know, I need to identify everybody that was at Dollywood when Candace was there. Why? You can't make this up. That is no different than someone saying, you know what? She wants to play this dumbass game. Why don't we try to identify every person that was at Dollywood the day she was there and took that photo with this complete stranger and had that posted on social media when she claimed that there was some assassination attempt on her life? Yeah, maybe we should do that. Because it's absurd, but it's necessary to try to get to the bottom of, this assassination attempt. So let's ID every person that was at Dollywood. Those people would be fiery hot mad. They would sit here and snap off if they found out somebody was trying to ID them simply because, Candace, you went to Dollywood. And then it would be an invasion of privacy because you're talking about doxing people, because otherwise we're seeing faces, no names, no information about anything. And once again, if they were standing in the crowd and they weren't holding a weapon, you can't put one in their hands. Why would you need to know who they are?
For you, and you're upset because you thought that with time, with the passage of time, people would let the story go, and they didn't. And these reasons that he's about to list for why they didn't respond and answer any questions are beyond ridiculous. Let's take a listen.
For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond.
Yeah.
People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show. But for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving.
Oh, man. Yeah, let's not forget about Charlie Kirk saying people like Candace Owens have brain rot. And he said that in a whole video when a spectator got up and asked a question about Candace Owens and people who think like her. With all of these attacks, it's Israel's fault, it's Egypt's fault, it's France's fault. Charlie Kirk said flat out, people who do all of that, they obviously have brain rot. He didn't say except Candace Owens. No. The question was specifically about Candace Owens and people who think like her supporters, her cult members. And he said himself, they have brain rot. He never differentiated or gave her that exception to that. And he answered a question directly related to her because the person actually said her name. The average reasonable person would take that as he's also referring to Candace Owens and her cult members having brain rot. Because they do.
In America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord. Yep. Lastly, we didn't respond because
no evidence.
Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing.
Okay, so the first thing he says there is we didn't respond because it's beneath us. Like, that's just not the right attitude. I mean, that is an elitist attitude. It is beneath us to respond to the very people who showed up in scores because they were so moved by Charlie's assassination that they all poured into the Staples Center, right? And poured their tears out and made videos and donated. It is beneath us to not to then respond to questions that you have that are meaningful, because we just think it's so stupid that you would suggest that the feds are involved in an assassination. That's never happened in American history. What? So that's a ridiculous thing. The second thing he says there, Charlie always said, don't feed the trolls. Well, that flies into the face of what he says thereafter, where he says Candace and Charlie were friends. So I'm not a troll, okay? I'm not a troll. I'm not trolling. I'm not somebody.
You are trolling because you're talking about planes when you're not even talking about another possible shooter. Then you blamed it on France. Then you said they were coming after you. Then you blamed it on Israel. And then you just kind of put that on auto repeat for 3 months. You still provided zero evidence. None. You just throwing out red meat to your base. And you still don't even know who sent you that damn letter where you outed your own attorneys. Because you don't vet your hotline tip. These mommy slews impersonating, agents and investigators. You can't make this up. It's a federal crime.
Hated Turning Point and wanted Turning Point to fail. I'm actually the exact opposite of that. And that's why the people believe in me and they trust me, because they feel that I'm the only one that's acting right in this situation. Who wouldn't want to have every stone unturned if they cared about somebody? Who wouldn't want to have every question answered? Who wouldn't be immediately suspicious to see Egyptian military jets? Who wouldn't go, why the hell were these jets around Turning Point way before, years before Charlie's assassination? Who is on these jets? Instead,
okay, but if they are around years before the assassination, why would we care about any other day except the day of his assassination? She just said years before he died. What does that have to do with that then? Zero evidence, no proof, no nothing. Let's get some comments in. Oh, Lord. Don't turn on her because she's right, ma'am. Who paid you? You didn't. I can say that with a blessed assurance. You haven't paid me anything. I didn't know that, someone paying me something is a bad idea. I've already said I'm waiting on the $7,000 payment. And why the hell is it $7,000? Why can't it be more than that? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, that I told y'all that doesn't work here. They copy and paste the same old thing. Brain rot. Because brain rot. Mira said TPUSA has more than enough to sue her for defamation and malarkey. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, we're getting some comments saying so tired of her and the others who have puffed themselves up with hot air. God, you can't make this up. It's the vocabulary lesson for me. She's failing to do here. You sound bitter just like Dims. What am I bitter about? I'm not being sued by a world leader. Because she's being sued by a whole president. Yeah, where's that FBI text message she posted up about this so-called assassination attempt again? Post that up. Can't make this up. Diane said Candace is the Macrons brought the lawsuit against you. You've been trying to dismiss the lawsuit against you. Exactly. But the candy asses don't ever talk about that. They don't ever talk about her lying to them about not wanting a dismissal of the case. Of course not. Because, I can't say I care about how bots feel because they're not real, right? But even if you choose to be a candy ass cult member, why don't you wear that as a badge of honor? Because you're not Googling anything. These people don't even look up definitions of terms. But they take whatever she says as the gospel because, they idolize and worship her. That's a very dangerous thing to do. I don't want anyone to put me in that position where they're looking up to me and saying, everything you say, we believe. No. It's insane. Who paid you? Why are they still making these ignorant comments? It's weird. Yeah, they're just copying and pasting. And Cantifas are on overtime, y'all. They're trying to get that Christmas bonus money. Because for some reason they think I should be being paid $7,000. Okay. I'll wait for whomever sending me the money. Christmas in like 3 weeks. Tell them to hurry up. You can't make this up. No need to announce your departure, bots. Bye, Felicia. Shout out to you all. Y'all make sure y'all hit that button. 170 people watching. Hit the button. Hit the like button. And put a heart in the chat or put a number in the chat of the like you are. Hit the like button. You know what's so funny? The candy asses and the bots have to subscribe and sit there for a whole hour before they can even comment. Yeah. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button. You can't make this up.
To see Egyptian military jets. Who wouldn't go, why the hell were these jets around Turning Point way before, years before Charlie's assassination?
Years before Charlie's assassination. Candace, do we really care about these planes years before his assassination? Once again, who was on that plane that pulled the trigger? Because that's the only way you can make a connection. None of the people on the plane have been even spotted at the campus at the time he was shot. None of them. She doesn't even know who was on the plane. Candace, why didn't you get the black boxes again? There's data being collected from those planes. Why didn't you just pull a camera video feed of the plane landing? People getting off. Somebody would have recorded that somewhere. Some camera picked that up. Why didn't you post the video camera footage of the planes landing and the people getting off the planes? At least post that up. Do a FOIA request and get that footage. This years before. We don't care.
Was on these jets. Instead, you're mentioning the Egyptian planes for the fourth time. So I would like to recommit everybody that's watching this to figuring out what the hell's going on with the Egyptian planes because they're nervous about them. Okay. They're mentioned so many times. They're trying to give the vibe that this is so crazy. No, they are fearful. The Egyptian planes hold the key, and that is obvious even in Blake Neff's statement. But yeah, I am not a troll. Okay.
It's not obvious.
And people followed what felt to them
Candace
as authenticity. And it was not you. They were not getting that from Charlie's closest friends. Why is that? They weren't getting that from Charlie's most loved pastors. Why is that? Don't blame me for the bad energy that you exuded. Okay. Don't blame me for the fact that you didn't pass the gut check with the public. That's why you're doing this. Okay. That is why you are doing this, because your strategy failed. In fact, this is your old school turning point before they put on the faith pants. This is your old school turning point lesson in what the free markets are. The free markets saw what you were offering, right? And they saw what I was offering. You were offering, we should accept this and move on. And I was saying, we need to investigate this. And the free markets said no to Turning Point USA. Anyways, let him take this away in terms of what he thought, I guess, was the best way to be a friend to Charlie Kirk. What did he think was the best way for them to show that they were friends with Charlie Kirk? Keep going, Blake.
But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country.
I have to applaud that audacity. I have to applaud it. You do. You have to applaud it. These, excuse me here, but like, I'm trying not to swear.
Yeah, because we all know you have potty mouth. Candace, the audacity of you to say that you text messaged of FBI agent had multiple government agencies to verify or vet some letter where you then stated you had no idea who sent you that letter, where you outed your own attorney's office. The audacity of you to insinuate the entire United States military, but you can't say which branch of military or present evidence from that branch of military where somehow they're telling on themselves, I guess. You can't even be specific about this French government employee. You make this whole thing about you. It went from the buffoonery of her conspiracies about the assassination to now somehow there's an assassination attempt against me from the French, because they're suing her. Candace is the only one that benefits from lying. She's the only one benefiting from that. The rest of us would have been held accountable, probably sued already, and forced to produce evidence. And in the court of law, not court of public opinion. Because Candace, we don't care if you don't want it to go to the court of law. No one cares. You can't make this up. Tavares says she claims to be a diehard Christian. Exactly. I don't think she's a Christian. I just don't. Mira said that's why Turning Point USA needs to talk through attorneys only from now on and bring it to the court. So the message is going to be loud and clear, just like the Macrons. Exactly. They're showing us how it was done. Francisca, who would turn troll? Huh? You can't make this up. Exactly. Candace, who's the person that sent you that letter again? Did you enjoy reading that letter, Candace? You outed your own attorneys. Was that fun for you? I told you all, you never know who sent that. She admitted she don't know. But yet it was somehow vetted and verified with multiple government agencies. Those same government agencies she doesn't trust. No, she wants this back and forth banter with Turning Point USA. This is probably the worst thing they could have done is to try to sit here and to try to give some statements out on social media like that. And at the very least, if they had to give a statement, which they didn't owe her anything, they should have used an attorney to do that. Turning Point USA has enough money coming in where they could have hired an attorney to represent them as an organization. And the attorney should have given one simple statement about it. Candace Owens, we will see you in court. That's it. That's all that's needing to be said at this point. Candace, we will see you in court. The end. That's the only statement that should have been issued from Turning Point USA through legal counsel, Candace Amber Owens Farmer. We will see you in court. Bye, Felicia. Oh, P.S. Lady Luck Club said, you're bad at this. Helpful. Enough said. That's all that need to be said. They didn't have to engage in this nonsense. They don't. It's so crazy. Bye, Felicia.
These men, okay, this company, these amazing lads over here have the audacity to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling T-shirts, okay, of what Charlie.
Candace, you sell CIA logo or the likeness of the CIA logo without consent. You are violating federal law when you make money selling any merchandise with a CIA logo or the likeness and image of that logo on hats, T-shirts, cups, whatever else. You're literally violating federal laws when you sell that merchandise because the CIA did not give you consent to use that logo or the image, likeness or image of it to put it on merchandise to generate revenue. They would never give you permission to do that. Why would they? They don't give permission like that for people to just use that logo and to be insulting and degrading with it. It's just absolute bonkers to me. But you never got their consent. Your videos are hitting millions of views. Each video, double to triple more than what you were getting when you were sitting down interviewing Harvey Weinstein. So to say that you're not enriching yourself is false. Your YouTube channel has already debunked you with that. It is a reflection of how much you're making per month just on YouTube. That doesn't include Twitter, X, Instagram, any other social media platform she has, her book clubs, any other paywalls she has set up, and plus the supers, the donations she gets that comes in. She's making a lot of money. The more she talks about Charlie Kirk, the more money she makes. And if they keep responding to her, all she does is respond to it because, you know, these candy asses in the bots love the banter. They don't care about facts and evidence. They want to see this back and forth. People are prone to the messiness of it all. It's the sensationalism that people rather see than to read the definition of a term. Anytime I pull up facts, the views start to drop because people don't want to just look up something that's factually correct. But if I'm going off on a bot or a candy ass, not a bot, but a candy ass supporter, people listen, they come in droves for that. They love the banter. They still have no evidence and they act like cowards when it comes to them asking her, why did you file a motion to dismiss in the Macron lawsuit? You said you didn't want it to be dismissed. You're lying. Don't file a motion for something to be dismissed if you don't want it dismissed. They don't even have the spines to ask her that. And yet she's making all this money. And doesn't even hear, where are your tax forms at, Candace? What are tax documents for Georgetown Inc. or Candace Owens LLC? Where are those taxes? People have already pulled up the revenue she's generating on these YouTube videos that she pre-records and pre-scripted. Because none of this is off the top of her head. You can tell when she's off script. She starts stuttering and making dumb things up. But she scripts her shows, pre-records them, and then lets them premiere. And the candy asses actually think she's live when she's not. It's just a premiere. Most of them don't even know how YouTube works. But this is someone who's made millions so far. So when the Macrons mollywop you in court, all that money you've made defaming them, you're going to have to pay up big time. Turning Point needs to stop entertaining her and sue her and make her prove this stuff in court under the penalty of perjury. Because once they put your ass on that stand, that's it. Candace is like a, opposing counsel's wet dream. You get her up on the stand and put her under oath. I don't even know if she would be able to honestly respond with yes or no to half the questions they could ask her. But if she has to expand on something, she's going to trip herself up. And her attorneys know that. They know if she gets on the stand and once they place her under oath, it's a wrap. Perjury will be the least of your problems, girl.
Died in to enrich themselves. Were they giving those t-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million plus that they made in the first 3 weeks. Okay. They made their entire budget
right to sell
for the
t-shirts
year in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. And they are attacking me with zero proof that I made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not sell a mug. Okay. All I did was do what I already do for a living. Okay. I podcast and I investigate things. I investigate things that I feel passionate about. Sometimes it's Kamala's genealogy.
She don't investigate anything. Candace, you don't know the definition of that word either. Because if you're investigating anything, you would produce evidence. That will require you for you to actually get a paper trail on something. You're not doing that. You're a gossiper. You might as well have a gossip column. That's all you are. Piers Morgan said it best. You don't even know how to read a court document without being biased about it because you're not an investigative journalist. You have no formal education in it, and you have no idea what you're doing. And then you got bigly mad, threw a tantrum, and then went back on your show and lied about having 2 degrees, to which you have not even proven. You're not an investigative anything. If anything, you're impersonating, but you're not investigating. Impersonation is the word you're looking for, Candace. That's all you're doing. Impersonating.
When she's saying she wants to be the president and things aren't making sense, and I sense that she is lying. Sometimes it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds when they try to destroy a man's life who's not even on my quote unquote political team. Sometimes it's Brigitte and why we are colluding with nations to cover the obvious fact that Brigitte was born a male. And this time it's
Did she use the term colluding? Candace, you're colluding. Yeah, that's another word she can't define. Candace, why would you use that term? I told you all, I don't want Candace to shut up. I want her to keep talking so that whomever decides to sue her can have ample enough evidence against her. Yeah, keep talking, Candace. Run your mouth, girl.
And it's you. Do you want to know what all of these investigations have in common?
Nothing.
Liars who lie and think that the public is too stupid to see through their lies. That is how we got into this. Okay? I did not sell anything. You did that. You guys did that. You guys continued to do that. You guys wanted to just move on and to grift off of Charlie's legacy. I dedicated myself to figuring out who murdered him. So, anyways,
who murdered him? Wait, who murdered him? Okay, Candace, who murdered him? Yeah, I know this is a snippet. Candace, this is a snippet. Who murdered him? Can you show a photo? Maybe the murderer was on the plane. Well, show the photo of the person that murdered him. I'm snipping this because this is unbelievable. She said, I dedicated myself to figuring out who murdered him. Okay. Who's the murderer? We're waiting on you to tell us that. Show us a picture. You can just give the first initial and then the full last name. What does he look like? Describe him. Or hell, even her. Who murdered her? Who murdered him? Was it a man or woman? We're ready to see your evidence of who murdered him. It's been 3 months. You haven't figured that out? You can't make this up. Oh, God, let's get some comments in. We're all waiting. I know, right? What's going on, Rebecca? How you doing? Oh, man. Juju says, say the name. She doesn't want to be hit with another lawsuit. Exactly. She hasn't a clue. We have to tune in next week for that. Yeah, because she's going to prolong this thing to death. You can't make this up. Comment, Miss Whomever, who you have. How MM more? Thank you. I'm out. Wait, what? Stop copying and pasting the same comment. It literally proves that you have a hard mindset, like a cult. Good grief. I don't even understand this. What's the MM more? M more? M&M's? Were you trying to say M&M's? That's candy. You're a fool. I'm waiting on evidence from her to show us the murderer. Yeah, another copy and paste. I've seen this 1,000 times. I wish you would shut up, or at least I wish YouTube would stop putting podcasts on my feed. You can block it, but you don't dictate over here. I told you, candy asses and bots, you have no power here. So why don't you block all podcasters in your feed? Block it. Don't watch it. Don't click on it. You know, they're here for the banter. The candy asses love this crap. They love the banter. They do. You wouldn't comment. You would not subscribe. Wait a whole hour. And then post up something if you did not enjoy what you're viewing. So hit the like button while you're at it. Oh, the candy asses. It's just funny. It was a man and a woman, and of course, one of them was Jewish. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Lily, how you doing, Lily? There's many photos. Do some research. Who watches and listens to you must be a Democrat. I'm neither. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a conservative. If you consider yourself to be conservative or Republican, put a 1 in the chat so that this candy ass can see I have a very diverse platform. Put 1 in the chat if you're a conservative. Because I don't shun people because of their political affiliation. That would be beneath me, and that would be extraordinarily biased. And all the research I've done, do we not just look up definitions of terms? We had a whole vocabulary lesson. How did you miss that vocabulary lesson? We looked up the definition of the word impropriety. I've gone over at least 4 lawsuits that involve Candace Owens. I have a whole playlist, and somehow they miss all of that, but whatever. So that you can see, it's not just all Democrats watching my videos. I have Democrats and Republicans alike. Because one thing that people of a sound mind that have a brain and they actually use it can agree to is that facts, laws, and evidence don't care about your feelings. Facts don't care how you feel. And people want to see evidence. They're tired of her saying, because I said so. That's not evidence. It's not going to fly in court. Be more creative with your comment. You can't make this up. Candace is a woman scorned. She's jealous of Erica. She is hell-bent on revenge against Erica, Turning Point USA. Exactly. She wants Turning Point USA to be dismantled. She's sitting here interfering with their ability to make money by saying people should get their refunds back on what? People have the right to donate to Turning Point USA if they want to. Candace Owens isn't donating. She never did. Candace, are you donating to anyone? This is why I asked this yesterday. What proof does she have to show she's a philanthropist? That she actually gives back and donates to 501c3s? Is she out here helping kids to get, Christmas presents this year? I haven't seen Candace hand out a turkey to anybody. or a food box or anything related to giving back to the community. Nothing. And yet, she says they earned $80 million, not even caring about the fact that a lot of that money was donated to them. People donated money. Some to Erica Kirk directly for the kids. And this is the same person who did not research an endowment. I have a whole video about that. That literally took research to look that up. And to put that video together to debunk her and that other content creator talking about an endowment is somehow, unethical if you invest in the stock market, when that is the actual purpose of an endowment. I just wish the candy asses would come with something better. They don't even try. They don't even try. Have you ever heard of a cold case? Are you serious? That's not a foreign concept. Yes, the answer is yes. Let me just go. Yes. Moving on. Could be the Santa with the candy cane playing when you talk. You actually can't make this up. You can't. Hit the like button. Shout out to you, RTs. How you doing? Shout out to my mods. I haven't seen Saint in a minute. Laura, you in here? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all. Gripped it to the full extent. Exactly. All right, y'all. Let's get back to it.
He does get to the point here, which is that they are willing to finally address things head on. So I will let Blake say that.
And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true. Neither is the case. Our silence has never been, and it will never be, equal to complacency or approval. Still, we decided Charlie would not allow this to go on. Charlie was not a coward. Charlie was a fighter. Charlie would not allow someone to spread lies about the people closest to him with impunity. And he would feel ashamed if other people were stepping up to defend his friends while he never did so himself. Candace has mentioned several times that the ball is in our court. So here's what is going to happen. In the near future, there will be a live stream here in Phoenix where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and accusations, the false accusations that have been made against Charlie's family, friends, and the people here at Turning Point. We plan to walk through everything carefully and thoroughly. If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court. Our motivation for doing this is not out of any obligation to Candace. It is about honoring Charlie. We feel a deep responsibility to protect his legacy, his work, and the truth. I feel that. I owe Charlie everything in my life. I feel it immensely. And that is why we feel compelled to speak clearly and openly now. We'll have more on this in the near future.
Yay! Finally, you didn't have to get through all that shade that you were throwing me to get to the point.
Yeah, they get to say what they want to say, child. All 3 months of you lying like hell, they get to say what they want to say. I feel like, and I'm just being honest here, this is just me. I feel like they need to take her to court and say whatever they need to say there. Lenny Walker says, problem is both Brigitte and her brother, John Michel, who is supposed to be Brigitte, have filed appeals in French courts over this mess. Brigitte plus her brother. Exactly. Candace has not even bothered to read those court documents, by the way. Candace, because that would be research. That's something that you candy asses don't understand. So that's proof that you don't do any research, because when they come here to the Lady Luck Club, despite all the videos where I've actually produced, evidence from research, information from research, content based on research, going over lawsuits, going over financial concepts, and endowment, the definition of evidence. I have a whole law that was sent to me from a commenter that asked me about the new Senate Bill 80 that was put into effect as law September 15th of this year, 2025, regarding anti-SLAPP suits. I'm looking at a tab concerning a whole law that passed in the state of Delaware. That's research, Candace. And because your candy asses and your bots don't have, the understanding of what research really is, They're just proving you don't give them information based on research. You don't give them facts. They take whatever you say, whether it be verbal in a video or on a post in Twitter X, and they call that a fact when it's not. Where's that FBI text message again? The Candace has refused to address that. Where is the text message Candace Owens sent to the FBI informing them that she wanted an investigation on some assassination attempt that she claims was coming from France, where payments were made through some club? Where's the text message to the FBI, Candace? Post it up. That's just an example of how you produce evidence. Post the documentation. Why not file a formal complaint to the FBI, Candace? You claim to have leaks in the FBI, and you said on both sides. You claim to have leaks in Turning Point. And yet you could not prove that Turning Point committed fraud or that they missed a tax deadline because you had no idea how tax deadlines even work. You didn't even bother to research it before you made the comment, before you threw out that accusation. That is how you do journalism, Candace. You research the information first before you present it. Not throw out lies and accusations and then claim that some sister corrected you about IRS tax deadlines. You could have Googled that yourself. You only read comments that seem to be appealing to you, that idolize and worship you, because cope. Or you pull in content creators that are just repeating what you say. They don't challenge it at all. And if anyone challenges it, all of a sudden you're the enemy, the bad guy. You're Jewish. You're this, you're that. You're being paid, blah, blah, blah. That's a cult mentality. You can't have disagreements at all in a cult because it goes against the hive mindset. It goes against what your cult leader is saying. They don't read and Google anything. I don't expect bots to do anything aside from pump out her narrative because that's what they do. But the cult members aren't going to take time to research anything because if they did read and comprehend facts in this reality here on earth to be what they are, they will be questioning her as well. And how dare the cult members betray her with questions? You can't make this up. Oh, this is so weird, man. All right, let's get back to it, y'all.
You were willing to answer questions, okay? Because that's what Charlie did for a living. How could you guys think that you were just going to continue on and pretend like people asking meaningful questions was somehow an attack? That's what he did for a living. He stood up on college campuses and he debated people. And he sat there principally and debated people because he felt that he had the moral high ground, okay? And that if those people disagreed with him, he could bring them over to his side. You guys have been actually acting and embodying the opposite of Charlie Kirk's spirit. Okay. And you did it even in this. It was like one big character assassination. And it wasn't to me. That's what you guys don't understand. You're not attacking me. You are attacking millions of people around the world who watched a man, an innocent man, be publicly executed and then watched what felt very much like the state collude to feed us absolute horseshit.
What felt, Candace, that's your problem. You keep invoking feelings. That's why you have this cult-like following, because they're all feeling something. And the people who do read and research and pull up facts and evidence and documentation, we're the people, I guess, getting paid $7,000. It can't be because, you know what, it's a reasonable question. Why don't she just post up that FBI text message? They don't think about reason. They don't think about facts and evidence. It's all about the feels. Candace, facts don't give a damn about your feelings. Neither does the law. You insist upon learning that the hard way. So learn it the hard way you shall. Because F around and you find out. This is coming from somebody who doxes people for no reason. This is the problem right here. What felt very much like the state colluding. When she already said herself that she colluded. She's colluded when it came down to her reporting and lying on Brigitte Macron being born a man. She literally used the word colluding. Now you use it in a negative context, in a negative sense. And you don't want anybody to point out how you yourself, Candace, alleged that you were colluding. You stated, it's not even an allegation. You actually stated that you colluded with other people when you started talking about Brigitte Macron. But that's the issue here. You keep feeling stuff and you're not being factual. Those are two totally different terms with two totally different definitions and concepts. Facts don't care about your feelings.
About what took place on that day, okay? 30-06 bullets do not get stopped by human necks because they eat healthy. They don't. And yes, you guys are a part of that apparatus of people who made us feel, and you've expressed it here, like you were too good to answer questions. We are already said, I got on stage and I told you that I'm Charlie's pastor. I told you I'm his best friend. I told you. You guys have even allowed people to inject themselves into his legacy that Charlie didn't even like. And we're supposed to believe you're doing this because you're his.
Charlie said Candace and Candace have brain rot. Yeah. That pretty much sums it up, Candace. You're literally telling on yourself. You've invoked yourself into this. You posted up that you were going to violate a gag order that had nothing to do with you. You remember that? To the candy asses, where's that gag order that mentioned Candace Owens in it? We're still waiting for that. She said she was going to violate a gag order. What gag order, Candace? I talked about that for almost a week. Candace, we're still waiting on you to post this gag order that has your name in it. I'm just saying, if you're going to invoke yourself in something, at least have an actual gag order with your name on it. Gag order had nothing to do with her, and yet she said, I'm going to defy this gag order. I'm going to violate it. What gag order? Candy asses don't ask that either. You know what? Lady Luck Club is saying you probably should post up the gag order since you're saying you're going to violate it. That way, Candace, if there's such a gag order that exists that you are bound by to uphold, we're going to all advocate for you to be held to contempt of court. Because you don't understand how orders work. You don't get to violate any court order in general because court orders are as good as law. So you violate a court order, you're held in contempt of such. So why would you want to even say something like that? Who knows? But that's your way of trying to invoke yourself into this matter where you don't belong. You're talking about being a Mason of Turning Point USA, but now you want it to be dismantled and for them to give back refunds. Didn't she sell something to Turning Point USA? Blexit? So that means, Candace, that you planning on taking back Blexit somehow? You didn't have a problem when they acquired Blexit, right? You got some sort of financial compensation out of that. So why sell Blexit to them? Why allow Blexit to fall under Turning Point USA? If you wanted nothing more than for it to be dismantled and at some point talk about how they should be giving out refunds. When is Candace Owens going to finish giving out refunds for those tickets in Australia? You know, because she prematurely booked an entire event, a speaking event, where tickets were up to $1,500 for a meal and didn't even have a visa secured. So when you prematurely book an event, Candace, and you in another country, didn't even acquire your visa, we have the right to conclude based on those facts that you were doing that to try to garner some money. And why aren't you giving back refunds? Did you pay that judgment that Australia said you owed them money? Yeah, they ordered her to pay back the judgment of the government's court costs. Candace, did you pay the judgment? She's got a lot of financial issues going on here. She doesn't ever want to talk about that because, she lives in a glass house and all. Candace, we got 5 rocks and we're still going to throw them at your glass house.
Friend, because you're committed to truth. You sat there and allowed the very people who pressured Charlie towards the end of his life to try to claim his whole legacy. And you're pretending we are the ones that are immoral. You're upset because you got caught lying. You're upset because you got caught with your pants down, but you cannot blame me for that. Okay. These were your own errors. These were your own lies. And I was not going for a single second to let up on the pressure. In fact, I have been so strategic that I have been holding on to certain information, hoping that you would acquiesce to have a public conversation.
Release the damn information. Just release it. I've been holding on to certain information. Release the information. Why are you dragging this out for 3 months? There's a bad guy that needs to go to jail in your world, remember? Because Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger, according to you. So release the information so we can get the bad guy off the street. We don't care if your candy asses wants entertainment. Why don't you at least release information where somehow, I guess, you've discovered the other shooter? Post it up. Start with the text message you sent to the FBI because I'm really serious about that.
You're upset because you got caught with your pants down, but you cannot blame me for that, okay? These were your own errors. These were your own lies. And I was not going for a single second to let up on the pressure. In fact, I have been so strategic that I have been holding on to certain information, hoping that you would.
You can't make this up. I have been holding on to certain information, and yet she's claiming that she's going to release it, and she never does. Why hold on to it? Why don't you start with that French government employee? Start with their name and position and ranking. Because they claim they saw a paper trail. We're waiting on that too, Candace.
Acquiesce to have a public conversation because I want to look you in the eye and I want to challenge you to lie to me because I care deeply about what happened to Charlie on that day. I don't think we're getting the truth. And I do believe that because you are not forthcoming about the information that you have about Charlie texting you guys and saying that he thought he was going to be assassinated that very next day. Okay. The day that he died, Charlie knew that he thinks he was going to be killed tomorrow. And you guys are sitting on that information. So I'm the right person. Yeah. I'm the right person to sit across.
Wait, I thought she had that information, Candace. If you have that information, why don't you post it? I thought she had that information. That's why, Linda Walker, you are on point. They need to cancel the debate. She is too insane to bother. Just sue her. I thought she had the information. Did she say she had information that he sent the text that he was going to die the next day? Candace, if you have that information, why don't you just post it up? You're putting up information about a plane we don't give a damn about, but not that text message. So you're saying you believe they're sitting on it, and yet you've already said you have that information. This is what she does. She makes these dumb accusations and lies, and she wants them to respond, and she wants them to do the work for her. They don't have to present her something, especially if it doesn't exist. She made the allegation. It's for her to prove her allegation to be true with evidence, not feelings. Facts, Candace, with documentation. This is why Turning Point does not need to do this in the court of public opinion. Take it to the court of law. At least you'll get a jury of your peers that can see the same evidence you claim you have, Candace. You're sitting on information. Okay. Take that stuff to court. Why don't you welcome that? Welcome a lawsuit. Take it to court, and then you take your evidence, your information you got to court and prove yourself right. There you go. That's how that goes. Can't make this up. Just tell her to post up her information. That's all we want. Post it up. If you think she's wrong, it's because you don't watch her. Are we not watching her right now? Once again, copying and pasting the same dumb comments gets you nowhere. Are we not watching Candace on? Listen to this. Are we not watching a Candace Owens video from her channel right now? Isn't this what we're doing? Is this not her channel? Is this not her video? Is this not Candace Owens we've seen here in this freeze frame? Are we not watching her right now? What do you think we're doing? The real Lisa Pisa, what do you think is happening right now? What do you think we're watching? What are you seeing and hearing? This is what I mean by them being in some alternate reality. So in your reality, we're not watching Candace Owens on her channel with her video. Is this some decoy psyops? Is that something you're trying to tell me? Because obviously we're not watching Candace Owens right now. This video from her channel. Yeah, no, we're not watching that. We're watching Big Bird and Scooby-Doo. we're watching a goldfish in a small fish tank pucker up and sit here and talk about a dual challenge, I guess, to where she still has no evidence to put up. But she's demanding that they put stuff up so that she can just say, oh, look, they put it up. We don't believe it. Moving on. Yeah, because in this land of, reality here, we're not watching Candace Owens. No, we're watching somebody that came straight out of Sesame Street. This is Grouch. That's Oscar the Grouch, y'all. That's what we're watching. You know what? Let me tell you all who we're watching. Let me put a picture up. Y'all ready? Because you can't make this up. No, we're not watching Candace Owens. Here's what we're watching. I'm going to put up who we watching. Yeah. This is about to get good. Because obviously, the candy asses don't even see who we're watching now. No, we can't. We're not watching her because, we're watching her, but we're not watching her, because alternate reality and stuff. Brain rot. It's the brain rot. Candace, your yeast infections seem to be spreading. How the yeast infections are spreading and creating brain rot. This is who we're watching right now. Y'all shout out to Candace. Yeah, here it is right here. We're watching Candace, y'all. This is Candace. Y'all tell Candace hello. Candace, girl, you got to shave that little beard up there. And what is this boy sweater? Are you telling us that you were born a boy? Since you want to throw out an accusation against, someone else. Is this your way of telling us what you were born as? Candace, why do you have a beard? We're not watching Candace Owens, y'all. We're watching this here. This is what we're watching. You can't make this stuff up. This alternate reality, boy. You can't, boy, that damn brain rot is something else. Candace, your yeast infection is spreading amongst the masses. We got to contain it.
Across from you and to ask you questions, right? Some things that you told me on that day, they're not adding up. I think the entire world would like to see this discussion. I think you can do it in Charlie's honor. I'll sit there. You pick a place and time. We could have done this today, by the way. You didn't have to read all that. Okay. We all have tech. We could have done a live stream. We could schedule a live stream. We can raise money for Turning Point USA if you promise to answer every question.
Wait. They don't need you to help them raise money for Turning Point USA. Didn't they earn $80 million in 1 week from donations and sales? Isn't that what you said, Candace? Raised $80 million in 3 weeks. Isn't that what you said? That's what you said. Why would they need your help raising money? Here's a better question. Why don't you just donate to the kids directly? Because if you truly love Charlie Kirk, wouldn't you love his children at least? It's obvious she can't stand his wife. She can't stand Erica Kirk. It's obvious that Candace is jealous of her. She got the man. She got the company. She's handled herself very gracefully. She has ignored Candace Owens on every level. She has done at least one interview where she didn't even say Candace's name. Candace, Erica Kirk didn't even recognize your existence on Earth. Not even a little bit. Now somehow they need your help raising money when you can't give back refunds for tickets that you sold in Australia. When you do all of that, then we'll take you seriously about you helping somebody else raise some money. They don't need your help. You're telling people to get their refunds back. For what? That's tortious interference. You can be held liable for that. And I really hope they just sue her. Now they can say you're damaging their reputation and their image and interfering with their ability to make money. So they're not supposed to make money somehow? I don't get this. I thought we lived in a capitalist society. Because those communistic bees are buzzing. No. You sitting here making money. Why can't they? They got donations as well. You don't dictate donations. You can't dictate people donating to them. You get donations. No one is saying that you need to give back refunds to people that are donating to you. You do owe people refunds from those tickets you sold, knowing you didn't have a visa secured. But that's an obligation you owe back. Because these people they're not giving you that money for you to keep it. They gave your LLC, your whomever under whatever LLC you booked this venue under, they paid for a ticket. So they paid money in exchange for something. And the understanding that they should be getting that money back if you could not fulfill your end of the bargain by actually having the event. You owe them a refund. You're telling people to get back their donations and contributions they willfully gave to Turning Point USA, a gift. So once again, she's shown that she's ignorant to laws, because you don't have to refund a gift or a contribution. It's a gift. We have laws on that. But Candace, those tickets you sold, you have an actual obligation to give back those refunds, because people bought those tickets with the expectation to see you live, and that did not occur. You can't just keep their money. But yet again, why aren't the candy asses sitting here urging her to do that?
That I have, okay? And it's not hard. It's not difficult if you are telling the truth to answer questions. When you are emoting so much and you're upset at the inquiry and you're playing this game like you're David Hogg and I survived Parkland, so how dare you question my authority on anything? Not a good long-term strategy. It's not going to be effective long-term. And I think you're learning that lesson, because 3 months on, with the entire mainstream media on your side and attacking me, but you guys didn't even stand up for me when you knew they were lying about me. You stayed mum. That in and of itself, you should be ashamed of. You should be ashamed to sit across from people who did everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them and refusing to have a conversation with me, and you know that I cared about Charlie. Have you no shame? We're going to find out.
No, they don't owe you that. And they offer you an invitation, and it will be on their terms, because you don't run that over there either. You're not the CEO of Turning Point. You dictate nothing over there, Candace. Nothing. They don't owe you squat, girl.
You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us. Lawyer statements. It's not how I roll.
Pick place, pick time.
Me, but you guys didn't even
I'm going to
stand up for me when you knew they were lying about me. You stayed mum. That in and of itself, you should be ashamed of. You should be ashamed to sit across from people who did everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them and refusing to have a conversation with me, and you know that I cared about Charlie.
Ooh, the narcissist.
Have you no shame? We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow.
You can pick the place. You can pick the time. Oh, my dear Lord.
We don't need to plan for this.
I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. Girl. Yeah. If Erica Kirk told her to shut up, you think she would still shut up? I'm just saying. She also said the only two people that can tell me to shut up is Erica Kirk and George Farmer. Where the hell are these two at again? Now Erica Kirk don't need to say anything. She need to let her attorneys do it. You can't make this up. Have you no shame? Oh, no.
You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want it to be authentic, like I said.
That is how she rolls. She sued USA Today. You sued Kimberly Klasick. You sued an apartment complex because you chose to live with mold for 6 months and you had recurrent yeast infections. I mean, it seems like all you do is try to stay in litigation. But then when you realize you're not going to win, then you want to start whining and crying about it. Once again, Candace, you're over 35 years old with 4 kids. Grow the hell up, girl. Grow up, heifer.
Awesome people who did everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them and refusing to have a conversation with me. And you know that I cared about Charlie.
They don't care about you.
Have you no shame? We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want
Lawyer
to be authentic. Like I said, you can take the money. We can raise money live for this conversation. That is how badly the world is demanding it. So I accept it. With whistles and bells, everything, I fully accept. I say, let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow.
Oh,
And my only ground rule is no assassinations. Okay? No assassinations, no funny business. You can't pretend you're going to do it. And then Candace died.
wait, I thought the French was trying to assassinate you. Didn't you say the Macrons were trying to assassinate you? Why would that be a ground rule for Turning Point USA? Is it the French trying to do that? You know, that female assassin and that male Israeli operative you talked about? Those payments coming from Club de Sant, you have not proven or posted up, but somehow there's a paper trail. Why sit here and make a ground rule against Turning Point USA for that when you're not even, you're saying the French is trying to do, the Macrons are trying to assassinate you. And the last time I checked, the Macrons aren't the CEO of Turning Point USA, unless something's happened in the last 4 hours since we've been live. You can't make this up.
Serious accident, okay? We'll be right back after a quick break. All right, you
Oh,
guys,
dear
this
Lord,
holiday
no.
season, you can express your
Nope,
from their ranch
nope,
at urgent care.
nope.
Which urgent care.
I don't care about your sponsors.
All right, you guys, let's get into some stories. I'm laughing at the live chat right now. They really think Turning Point's going to kill me. Like, don't go in person. It's a setup. It's a trap. I think that they would kind of figure that they would be blamed for that. I think we're okay there. But let's start with the Pentagon because this is interesting. The United States Pentagon, in case you don't know, is the complex that houses our Department of Defense. It's a massive complex, right? There is arguably no more relevant building to communicating to the American people about foreign threats. That's what they do. Is quite literally the nerve center for the United States Armed Forces. It's headquarters for the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And recently, because the American government wants the world to no longer take us seriously as a nation or something, they decided to undergo a quote-unquote press corps makeover, ostensibly to let in new, independent, more trusted journalists. And some of them are, okay, James O'Keefe, obviously, formerly of Project Veritas, he's very much trusted. Matt Gaetz, I like him very much. But some of the people that they let in are almost the exact opposite of trustworthy and are just radically pro-Zionist. Like they will lie, steal, cheat, and figuratively murder, literally allow Israel to murder without asking any questions. And so that's why they're being let in. Most notably, obviously, Laura Loomer. She's totally nutty. And I don't say that in a way of like, it's an ad hominem attack. I mean, like she has psychotic issues. Allowing Laura Loomer into a national defense complex is...
Yeah, that's cult speak. Anytime someone says something to criticize the cult leader, then they must have some sort of mental or psychological disorder. No, Laura Loomer does not kiss your ass. The end, Candace. She's not stunning you like that. Laura Loomer has caught an online death threat from Nicholas Ray. And yet you still refuse to denounce his actions. And you are one of his main influences. Laura Loomer did not deserve an online death threat just as much as anyone else. You're literally going out your way to lie about someone trying to assassinate you while you do nothing to protect yourself. And yet a man has been charged with 12 counts of sending online death threats to Laura Loomer being one of those people. And you're still sitting here saying all this BS where the possibility of her being cyberbullied, harassed, stalked, and threatened again is very high. She's already received a death threat from a man that is sitting in jail in the state of Florida, facing 12 counts. What the hell is wrong with you? And now you're still sitting here throwing her name out to subject her to more of that. Because your candy asses don't read. And they believe everything you say as if you're their God. They idolize you and worship you. Never mind Jesus or no. And the first thing she says is this woman's got psychotic issues with no evidence. Candace, once again, you're lying and defaming someone. This is why they should have sued her ass 3 months ago.
It's actually sort of just an indication to just how committed they are to laundering the reputations of anyone, as long as they say I support Israel. Because Laura Loomer is quite literally so deranged that she once handcuffed herself to the Twitter headquarters because they banned her account. Okay, that's like, and she wore yellow Star of David. When I met her, she was crying tears because they took away her check mark. She deeply, deeply cares about social media in a way that is just unhinged. Okay, now she is.
It says the woman who's sitting here talking about she's number one and how her posts are going viral. And then, my posts were so viral. Why didn't the Macrons take the opportunity to challenge me in the court of public opinion? Because they don't owe you that. They can take you to the court of law. This is the same person that said that she doesn't do lawyers. I don't operate that way. Who gives a damn? Either you don't go to court or you do go to court, Candace. You realize you have an option. You don't have to show up for court, Candace. Once the hearings start for the Macron's lawsuit, why don't you just stay home? Don't go to court. That's all I'm saying. If you don't want to be bothered with the lawsuit, then don't go to court. See what happens. Just stay at home. No one's forcing you to go to court. You know what, Candace? I dare you to stay at home. Why don't you skip all the court hearings? Don't respond. Don't file anything. Fire your attorneys. And just whatever happens, happens. Ignore it. Ignore all the court dates. Don't take any action. Just pretend like they didn't sue you. And don't go to court. Just stay at home. That's all.
Apparently not allowed to own a gun because of various psychotic events that required her hospitalization. But due to her commitment to Zionism, which in a Zionist defense seems like a psychopathology is a prerequisite, the media is now trying to mainstream her and make us think that she's like a serious person. So our government, the Pentagon, decided to credential her at this time. She's a part of the new press corps that we can trust. Laura has probably been the one of the more prominent gaslighters when it comes to Charlie Kirk's assassination. She hated Charlie when he was alive and now wants everyone to honor him by not prodding the narrative surrounding his death. Literally a couple of weeks before he died, she called Charlie a charlatan, a political opportunist, that he wasn't pro-Trump simply because he hosted Dave Smith, who is anti-Zionist, he is also Jewish, for a debate with Josh Hammer, who's a radical Zionist like herself, at one of his events. Charlie believed in free speech and he believed in debate, and so that was her reason for attacking him. Briefly.
But that's not an attack. I mean, you said free speech and all. Does she not have the right to express her opinion? There's a difference, Candace. Saying your opinion of something versus you purporting your opinion to be a fact. And then doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on it the moment you get hit with a lawsuit. There's certain allegations where you cannot just say it's my opinion someone's born a man. That's a matter of science. You have to prove that with scientific evidence. Very specific. There are a lot of people who didn't listen to Charlie and didn't agree with his, beliefs and thought process. But they still would not want this man to be executed on national television. That's the difference. There are a lot of people who did not listen to him, did not follow him, and still can say it was a very gruesome way for anyone to die on national television. Laura Loomer, though, has received death threats because your candy-ass cult members have brain rot from your yeast infections.
Showing you this tweet from her, not even worth reading in its entirety, but this is the tweet that she sent out. And then Charlie died a couple of weeks later and she completely switched and now thinks that she's guarding his legacy. Anyways, she was beside herself with glee this morning, sharing news that another Zionist influencer named Cam Higbee, who is also now being credentialed by the Pentagon, decided to ask the perhaps billion-dollar question to the Pentagon's press secretary, a young woman named Kingsley Wilson, about the foreign angle of Charlie's assassination. Now, I obviously reported that the French Foreign Legion were apparently on the ground on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So here is Cam Higbee,
Where they
who
were,
I guess is playing dress up as a reporter, asking the Pentagon's press secretary a question about the most viral story for about a week pertaining to France's participation in the biggest political assassination that has taken place since JFK, I would say. I think that's fair. Here's our new press corps, guys. Take a listen to, actually, first, let's focus in.
You claim, wait a minute. What the hell?
I obviously reported that the French Foreign Legion were apparently on the ground on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Where on the ground? They weren't at the campus. You have yet to ID them on the campus with a gun in their hand. No evidence to prove that. No, not a photo, a video, or anything. You can't even show videos of the planes landing somewhere. They were on the ground, probably in another state, in a different city. But you can't put them on the campus with a gun in their hand. You can't make this up.
So here is Cam Higbee, who I guess is playing dress up as a reporter, asking the Pentagon's press
Just like she
secretary
impersonates an
a question
investigator.
about the most viral story for about a week pertaining to France's participation in the biggest political assassination that has taken place since JFK, I would say. I think that's fair. Here's our new press corps, guys. Take a listen to, actually, first, let's focus in on
The
Cam
French
Higbee's question. The way
aided
he
in
asks
this.
it
Oh my
is, I
God.
think, worthy of highlighting. Take a listen.
Absolutely. I'm Kingsley Wilson. I'm the press secretary here at the Pentagon. We're in the Pentagon briefing room, and it's been fantastic. Get to come to the Pentagon every day, and now you all do it as well.
Yeah. So this is my first question, and don't laugh. Does the DOW have any evidence at all of a French military plot to assassinate Candace Owens?
Okay, here's my first question. Don't laugh. It's like two girls getting their nails done. Okay, let me ask. We're like a sleepover. Okay. I have to tell you. Don't laugh. Is this supposed to make us think that this is not propaganda? Are we going, this is cool? Is this the new strategy? All the cool kids don't even ask the feds questions. All the cool kids just get in line and do whatever they say. All the cool kids just think it's beyond crazy to consider that the state would assassinate people, even though that's what we do. That's what the CIA does. We just murder people around the world. But that's crazy.
What? But you haven't proven that they assassinated Charlie Kirk or the French or these Egyptian planes or anything. Perhaps there was some firepower that came out of those Egyptian planes. Was there a rocket or some sort of, payload dropped that landed right in front of Charlie Kirk that we missed? Are you serious? Did Tyler James Robinson parachute out of one of those Egyptian planes? Because Candace, that's how you will make a connection. You're tying in the person that was the shooter to the planes themselves or the French or something. You won't even produce evidence of a paper trail of payments to a club that eats food for fun. What the hell? Them being on the ground is still not putting them in the actual event. Look how she's saying all of this. I don't understand. This girl is losing her mind.
Talk. And so they're going to make it, it's like too cool to even answer. Take it away, Kingsley.
That's an interesting question. Not that I'm aware of, but, interesting question. I can try to find out and maybe let you know. I think that might be more of a law enforcement matter, though.
No, I think actually the Department of Defense, this would be a good matter for you guys to take up of whether or not foreign.
The DOJ is already doing that. And since Candace doesn't know what the DOJ is, I guess that would be the Department of Justice. The Department of Defense would not have initial jurisdiction over this. As a matter of fact, the FBI, which falls under the Department of Justice, is aiding in the investigation being done by Utah itself and their law enforcement, their detectives that actually have jurisdiction over the investigation. Something Candace Owens has already said she does not care about. Candace has already said, I don't care about this investigation. So what the hell? You can't make this up. It's the Department of War now, Candace. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the foodies are really a cover for assassins. You know, it's 100 of them. They've been around since 1912. Some of these dudes are so old they probably couldn't even walk to their car without, becoming short of air, breath. You can't make this up. So you don't believe facts, resources, evidence, investigating. You're just throwing out words that you can't define. Tell Candace to post up evidence at all, any evidence of anyone getting off those Egyptian planes actually being at the campus the moment Charlie Kirk was shot. Because she said she figured out who murdered him, right? You know what she said? I did a snippet. I dedicated myself to figuring it out who murdered him. Who murdered him? Because the man that murdered him and admitted to it is sitting in jail right now. And she won't say anyone else that murdered him. She says she's sitting on information. She refuses to post. Where's that FBI text she sent again? That's evidence. She's going on her feelings. I don't give a damn about her feelings. So when you produce facts, you use all the terms you used. Facts, resources, and evidence, and her impersonating an investigator is not investigating. It's called impersonation. That's a felony. Laura, I don't even listen to Laura Loomer. I said she didn't deserve a death threat. Period. So you believe that someone deserves to have a death threat sit their way? You believe people should just be cyber stalked and cyber harassed and bullied and get death threats? Because Candace Owens is lying on them being a part of some assassination plot? You believe that these death threats are somehow justified? That's me taking a knee, saying that no one deserves to get a death threat. But yet she doesn't want Tyler James Robinson to be sentenced to death. She doesn't believe in the death penalty, but she doesn't care that someone gets an online death threat. Make that make sense? How much more hypocritical is this going to get? No logic, thought, or reasoning in that. Just a bunch of words you put in a statement. Because you're asking a Katifa member. Exactly. Yeah, I try to, I'm just trying to shake it up with the comments because, the candy asses and the bots, they, it's funny. They subscribe for an hour just to leave a comment, and he just throws out a bunch of words that he's not defining at all. We're still waiting on evidence. Candace says she's got information. Tell her to post it all up. Why don't the candy asses tell Candace, if you have information you're sitting on, why don't you just release it all? Release all your information. Why are you holding on to it? Because, grifters got a grift, yo. If she did that all at once, let me help the candy asses out right quick, because the rest of us who use our brains understand what she's doing. She's pacing this out for content. Because if she truly cared about the information that she had being used to actually catch the bad guy, she would have already released it. Once again, you're copying and pasting the same comments and you're not being creative. Tell your cult leader to release all her information. She doesn't care about the investigation. Whatever. Tell her to release all her information. Let's see how well her information stands up in the court of law. And this is a criminal matter to the candy asses, because I know you people don't know how court works. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So any information Candy has would have to be sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But she won't even release it. So what evidence are you referring to? I'll wait. What evidence are you referring to when she won't even release it? Tell her to release it. We're waiting on her to do that.
Governments are plotting assassinations of American citizens feels like this might be the right department to me. And I'm not laughing.
Oh, dear Lord.
So when I say to you guys, when I stress to you guys that you should not be signing up for war, you should not be signing up for the military, you should not get involved in this obvious war that they are planning that's coming soon. This exact moment between these two people is what I'm referring to. It's like a rare glimpse into the elitist perspective of our government. Like our job, I guess, is to work and to deposit money so that they can build themselves complexes like the Pentagon, which is a 6.5 million square foot residence office building. Okay. It is the second largest office building in the world, 6.5 million square feet. And they built it with our money so that we could have some sort of an illusion.
Yeah, that's how government agencies work, Candace. You know that same FBI where you text an agent, you claim to be high ranking of this so-called assassination plot? Yeah, they're also funded by tax dollars. Where else do you think this money is coming into when it comes to our national security? So the Department of War now, Department of Defense, somehow it's like she's just learning this for the first time. Are supposed to be investigating the murder of a civilian, even though the Department of Justice is the agency that would do that, and specifically the FBI. But yet, she expects the Department of Defense to do it because she doesn't know what they do. What the hell?
Of being protected by our government. Like we could actually call them and say, hey, I have very specific information and accounts that you can trace because the president France allegedly paid $1.5 million for my assassination. And by the way, I have evidence they have French Foreign Legion on the ground that Charlie got assassinated. But they're not going to respond to that, right? That's all supposed to be an illusion. When it comes down to it, getting that credible evidence after a televised event, essentially a televised event of a public execution, LOL. Get back to work, slaves. We're trying not to laugh at you questioning whether or not a 30-06 can be magically stopped by a human neck. How dare you ask any question?
She just insulted anyone that was a slave. Candace, no one told you to do this. You chose to do this. This is how absolutely asinine this is for her to sit here and to compare this to her being a slave. You know, if she's not able to continue to lie without evidence, lying with impunity, and then get mad when people take her to court. Turning Point USA need to hurry up and sue her ass.
Questions or speak to us about states coordinating assassinations. And are you guys still talking about the Epstein files? That's the attitude. They think this is good PR. Like the Zionist accounts are sharing this and they're going, LOL. I don't know that the American government has ever been more, I don't know if they've ever been more out of touch with the American people than to see this as they're like, send it around the press. Haha. The Pentagon is laughing at foreign assassination. They don't take anything seriously. Yeah, we just watched Trump get shot at and his ear clipped. We just watched another person try to assassinate Trump on the golf field. And then we watched Charlie Kirk die publicly. But LOL, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. That's not what we're here for. Get to work, slaves. Again, there's no left or right. It's just the elites. It's the media apparatus that protects those elites. And then the rest of us who are supposed to be slaves.
There's no left or right. Candace, your candy asses seem to believe that people who listen to people like myself are Democrats, are leftists, I guess. All leftists. Like, I can't have any supporters that are conservatives or Republicans. Because I'm not sitting here repeating your nonsense and your buffoonery. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not kissing your ass. I'm not worshiping the ground you walk on. I'm not a part of your dumb cult. So anyone that listens to me is a left or lefty, leftist, whatever. What you sit here and say, this is not a left or right thing. Why are your candy ass cult members walking around on different channels talking about you must be a lefty Democrat? But yet your cult leader is saying she's not left or right, right?
They don't take anything seriously. Yeah, we just watched Trump get shot at and his ear clipped. We just watched another person try to assassinate Trump on the golf.
Trump is the president of the United States last time I checked. Is he not? Whether you like him or not, I mean, it's a fact that he is the president of the United States of America. The DOJ investigated it as well. Does she not know that the Secret Service falls under the Department of Justice? Does she not know that? Are we for real here? So she has no idea what the Department of Defense, Department of War does. Just like she has no idea all the different agencies, the subcomponents that fall under the DOJ. You can't make this up.
Field, and then we watch Charlie Kirk die publicly. But LOL, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. That's not what we're here for. Get to work, slaves. Again, there's no left or right. It's just the elites. It's the media apparatus that protects those elites. And then the rest of us who are supposed to be slaves. Okay. The elites own everything. They own everyone. And if somebody actually breaks free, right? If they have an individual in the matrix who creates something that they cannot control or buy, then there are only a couple of options for that individual. Okay. The state responds and they say, we will destroy you reputationally. We will call you crazy, go after reputation, make up allegations against you. We will bankrupt you. We will imprison you.
Candace, you're worth $244 million. If the Macrons are able to win that much money, good for them. Good for them. I'm just saying, good on them to be able to get $244 million. Do you realize that that money includes any money that George has? You know, because that's why you married him. That's my opinion. You married him for money. The end. That's how I feel about it. I will not apologize for that.
Or we will kill you. That's the reality of the world that we live in. Okay. We don't live in a meritocracy. It's not a free nation. They have to be able to control you. And the timing of me speaking about this is so perfect because this article appeared in Fortune yesterday. This is the headline. Inside the economics of Candace Owens' media empire and the Macron lawsuit threatening to unravel it. They went with this, like they're proud of this. Like a lawsuit can unravel. What they're calling an empire is actually just a mom from home who got fired and rejected from literally nations. They tried to destroy me last year. They took everything. They just tried to destroy my reputation, tried to break my friendships, and I survived. Okay.
Candace, you're not broke. You're married to a Playboy bunny that is filthy rich. He has old money. You're valued at $244 million. You weren't broke last year. You don't have to worry about how your mortgage is going to get paid. And if you do, one of you all are lying like hell. Because you shouldn't be saying that he has hundreds of millions of dollars if somehow you were struggling last year and you had nothing. When you were married to someone that has a lot of wealth. What kind of nonsense? That's absolutely hypocritical. She wasn't bankrupted last year. She wasn't struggling. This girl has no idea what it's like to struggle. Candace, no one told you to live in an apartment for $3,500 a month where you're alleged to have been exposed to black toxic mold and then you stop paying rent for 7 months. You claim you paid off your student loans. That was well over $100,000. How does that indicate you're broke? You won a lawsuit. No. You stipulated to a lawsuit with Kimberly Clayson because we went over it. You didn't win. It was a stipulation you and her agreed to. You got 6 figures out of that. You sold Blexit. It was acquired by Turning Point USA. You got money from that. I'm not, and you married someone that had well over $200 million on their own. How are you broke?
Okay. And that angers them. And so this article is written with such elitism, the hope that the state will step in and just break it, just bankrupt it. This is an actual quotation. The lawsuit is set to test whether the controversy as currency that made Owens rich and gave her a media brand that reaches tens of millions of people can survive what experts say will be an immensely costly legal battle. Yeah. We're going to bankrupt Candace Owens. That is our intent. The experts are saying that we can do it because we can't control her. She wouldn't sell out, not to the...
It's not what they said. What are you reading? Once again, this cult-like mentality, they're trapped in some alternate reality. Candace, that's not what it says.
Millions of people can survive what experts say will be an immensely costly legal battle. Yeah. We're going to bankrupt Candace Owens. That is our intent. The experts are saying that we can do it because we can't control her. She wouldn't sell out, not to the military complex that we live in, not to big companies, not to corporations. She wouldn't turn the eye when Palestinians were being genocided by Israel. And we have no other options. We're running out of options here. So we've got to kill her or we've got to bankrupt her. And we're signaling that we're going to bankrupt her. That's how this thing works. For telling the truth.
What does bankruptcy and murder have to do with each other? Candace, let's say the Macrons get $150 million. 244 minus 150 leaves you what? You still have almost 90 million. You're still not broke. She has no idea what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. Candace, you've been getting money by the thousands since you were in high school when you won a settlement then for $37,000. You've had so many opportunities where you either, were given thousands of dollars from a judgment, or because you had these jobs with Turning Point, the Daily Wire, your own channel. The fact that you could actually start your own channel and you did not have to actually have a regular 9 to 5 on the side, it speaks volumes. You have 4 kids. You have not had to worry about buying formula, Pampers, wipes, nothing for them. You have a nanny. You have people that come in and do your hair and your makeup. That's not the sign of someone that's broke as hell. And yet the candy asses get mad and sit here and say, I'm being paid $7,000. I'm waiting for the damn money. They won't hit my cash app, though.
By the way, that's why I'm being sued. And they're not lying. Thus far, in the Brigitte Macron lawsuit, we have paid over $250,000 and we haven't even had our first day in court. Okay? That's the matrix.
Not our fault. Nope, that's not our fault. That is your fault. That is all your fault. Why don't you and your attorneys request a hearing? You filed that motion to dismiss. You know that your attorneys know, rather, because you know nothing, that those motions will automatically warrant a hearing. So why don't they just file a request for a hearing? It's that simple. Let's go back to the fact that you filed the motion to dismiss. Why did you even do that? I thought you was trying to get to the discovery phase.
That is the matrix. And I will, again, assert to these people, I will never bow the knee to evil. Candace. I will never bow the knee bend the knee, rather, to people that harm children. You will never see me bend the knee to that, ever. Bankrupt me if that is what makes you feel good. Because at the end of the day, it feels like we are existing in a time where you are only catalyzing your own demise. Like, it's people have never been more awake and more in tune. And the focus on Charlie Kirk's assassination proves that. You couldn't make that go away. Speaking of which, Charlie Kirk, whose death is exposing this matrix in ways that I do not even think that we can fully comprehend in this moment just yet. We asked the question and we can't find the answer as to where Brigitte Macron was on the dates that the Egyptian plane was flying around America. Just like a 6-day gap in Brigitte's schedule. And now, of course, especially as we have learned about Delaware and the DuPont French connection and the French Foreign Legion non-answer that we're getting, just gaslighting that we are getting, it feels like an even more relevant and rational question to be asking, and somehow made even more interesting now that we know, or that we've learned, and thanks to the internet sleuths and the YouTubers that put this together, that an
internet sleuths that are impersonating agents and investigators, because it's a felony.
Hour and a half before Charlie Kirk was assassinated in Utah, Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron had a phone call that has been recorded in Emmanuel Macron's public calendar, which has been released. You can see that he had the phone call with Donald Trump at this would be 6:45, obviously, p.m. in French time. That's 10:45 a.m. in Utah time. 10:45 a.m.
I knew it. Oh my God, in French time, Candace. That's not a time zone. Do y'all see this? French time. Oh, good God. Candace, you didn't even look up time zones? In French time. Y'all, you're creating time zones. This heifer is creating time zones. 6:45 in French time. What the hell? What the hell is this?
Macron had a phone call that has been recorded in Emmanuel Macron's public calendar, which has been released. You can see that he had the phone call with Donald Trump at this would be 6:45, obviously, p.m. in French time. That's 10:45 a.m.
Yo,
in the
you can't make this up. Candace, you dumb heifer. You didn't even look up time zones before you said this. French time is not a time zone. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's not a time zone. This does not mean that he plotted in any assassination. Candace, they want you to go to court. It's your choice to go to court. You say they haven't had hearings that started yet. So what? You expect your attorneys to work for free? It's called billable hours. You are the one that's stalling that because you and your attorneys keep filing for motions to dismiss and now a motion to strike First Amendment complaint. Just either request a hearing or don't go to court and see what happens. I'm saying she shouldn't go to court. Just stay at home. The Macrons are the ones waiting on you to get this hearing scheduled for your motion. It's your motion, Candace. You being the defendant, you're the moving party in that motion. You're the moving party. Request a damn hearing. You can't make this up. She said 6:45, obviously p.m. in French time. This does not prove that he aided in any assassination. Who is the French government employee that called her about those payments and that paper trail from Club Dasant? Who is that person? Post up those payment transactions from Club Dasant, Candace. That's what we want. That paper trail you claim someone called you and said existed. Why didn't you ask that French government employee to send you a copy of those payment transactions? Candace is such an airhead, it's not even funny. It is funny. This is absolutely funny. This is hilarious.
Time. 10:45 a.m. Utah time is when they had this
Utah time.
And look, that could be nothing. There's a lot going on in the world, obviously. And we also know that there was a lot of discussion about Ukraine, and there's a million reasons that Emmanuel Macron and him could have had that poorly timed phone call. But it would be great if a press member could not LOL and say what was the nature of the phone call, just so that we know, right? These are questions.
No, you just didn't like it. He doesn't care. LOL, we're laughing. Candace, we're laughing at you. French time, Utah time. She's just making up time zones.
I think it's fair for us to ask everything that's coming up and the lack of a true response that we're getting from anyone that has the means to answer these questions. Anyways, you guys, we're almost at overtime here, but in other assassination news, I wanted to mention to you that The Game, who is a hip hop rapper, is releasing an album, and he has a song on his track list in this upcoming album that's entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens. I'm having like the best year ever or something. I don't know. Why The Game? Why's it got to be song number 13? What's going on? This better not be predictive programming. Okay. We know how Hollywood gets down. Okay. We're reading your books. Anyways, he was asked this question, this exact question, why? And he gave an answer. And here's what The Game had to say.
So you got this new mixtape dropping, and then there's this like one track called The Assassination of Candace Owens. Yeah. Why that title?
Because recently I've been seeing like conspiracy theories and about Candace Owens from herself, self-admitted. She feels like people are conspiring her. So what it was, it's more so an assassination of the character. So I just used that because it was like current news, but it's not. The song is not about Candace.
Oh, okay. So it's just a little bit deeper than okay.
Yeah, I'm a rapper. We use metaphors,
Okay, but aren't you? I mean, are you worried about Candace coming for you about this? I mean,
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not worried about Candace. But then again, you got to hear the song.
Okay, so she'll understand if she hears the song.
Oh
maybe?
no, we're not playing that song.
She said that people were trying to assassinate her, so all I did was say it too. You know what I'm saying? So again, the song is not about her, but Candace Owens, man, she's real smart, really intelligent woman.
We're waiting on that evidence. The Game. This is The Game, y'all. Someone that thought he could challenge Eminem. Funny how that works. He couldn't even do that. Oh, shout out to Eminem.
But if she comes for me, I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is. There's beef in these streets, okay? There's beef in these streets, and you better be scared because maybe I am coming for you, okay? I could be coming for you. I might drop a whole album I might drop a whole mixtape
Candace, you can't rap, girl. Bye, Felicia.
too. Okay. Anyways, I think it is a form of flattery. Obviously, I'm friends with Ye, and he makes music, and they do use a lot of metaphors, so I'm not offended by this. Do I love the timing? Could I get a break for 6 months, maybe, and not have that?
But she won't talk about her, seeing Kanye West apologize to a Jewish rabbi. She refuses to speak on that. That's something you could speak on, but she's still friends with him. But she has no opinion about him apologizing to a Jewish rabbi. The Candy asses think that's okay. She got an opinion on everything else, but not that.
Title be there, sure, but I'm totally okay with this. I think it's kind of cool. I actually kind of think it's cool. I hope the song lyrics are cool, and it's not a diss track. It's not gonna be like Eminem crying about me on a whole album, but I look forward to the song. I hope you feel free to use.
Eminem has Grammys, girl. Multiple Grammys. It wouldn't even be hard for him to obliterate you in another rap song. He did it to the game.
A little audio from the podcast. That would be cool. You could use a strip of me saying something. Everything is fake and gay would be super, super fly. Everything is fake and gay. Please put that in the song. That's my only request. All right, you guys, we'll get through a couple more sponsors and I will answer some of your comments. Okay.
Yeah, and that's where we ended. Okay. So this is, because we're already hitting 4 hours in this. I told y'all we got time. We got time. And my style in going through this video, I'm going to tell you something right now. It's unparalleled. It's not like any other content creator because I'm me. I'm unique. Yes, I'm going to pause and give my commentary. And yes, I'm going to make sure I drive the point home. Candace, you can either choose to go to court or not go to court. But you can still post evidence up, release your information, and you won't do it. You refuse to do it. So, since I was asked about this new law passed in Delaware, guess who wrote this? Y'all see this? Richards, Layton, and Finger. Ring a bell? RLF? Yep, that's her attorneys. So they reported on Delaware strengthens protections for free speech rights. Okay? To protect the public's rights to engage in activities protected by the First Amendment, which does not include defamation, by the way. Without the threat of abusive retaliatory litigation, Delaware Governor Matt Mayer signed Senate Bill 80 into law on September 15th, 2025, enacting the Uniform Public Expressions Protection Act, the act as it's known as, to provide greater protections against strategic lawsuits against public participation or SLAPP. The act replaces Delaware's prior anti-SLAPP statute, which was 10 Delaware C Code Statute 8136 through 8138, which had been criticized for protecting only public applicants or permittees. Delaware's anti-SLAPP statute now provides expansive protections for persons exercising their rights to free speech on matters of public concern. Candace, we're not concerned about the First Lady of France being born a man. And mind you, this law is for the state of Delaware in the United States of America. The country of France is not bound to uphold this law. They're a sovereign nation on their own. And so are we. So if they pass laws over there in France, we're not bound to uphold their laws. Our Constitution will not allow it. They're also not bound to uphold our laws. And our Constitution gives states the power to create state laws on the state level. This law was enacted on September 15th, 2025. When did the Macrons file their lawsuit? I'm going to let you all answer that. When did the Macrons pass this lawsuit? File their lawsuit. Because I want to make sure I drive this point home. I'm going to pull this up. This is for the state of Delaware. With this new law being enacted. I got a comment asking if I can go over it. And that's what we're doing. I'm gonna pull up the case activity because Candace, you're the one sitting here whining and complaining about not having one hearing yet, and yet you haven't submitted a request for a hearing. It's not like you and your attorneys are begging the court to schedule a hearing. The Macrones filed their lawsuit on July 23rd of 2025. This is it right here. This is their lawsuit. Still, nothing else filed since October 30th. They're the ones that filed this motion to dismiss. They're the moving party. They're talking about this motion to be heard at the convenience of the court. But they have the opportunity to file a request for that hearing. You don't see anything here where they're trying to do that. If anyone is stalling this, it's Candace and her attorneys. But here, this law was passed in the state of Delaware. Why is this important? Because this is a state law that would apply to matters heard in the state of Delaware. However, anything that has been filed prior to the date that this law took effect is not bound by this law. You can't retroactively apply a law before it became law. You know, we've all seen the schoolhouse, what is it, School of Rock? I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill. You know how bills become law? Yet you can't say this law applies to the Macrones lawsuit. This is from a comment that I received. Because the effectuated date is after the Macrones filed their lawsuit. So the lawsuit is going to proceed under the law that was in effect at the time that it was actually filed to the court. So just to answer the question of the commenter that asked about this, or if, to give the information about this, their lawsuit is not bound by this particular law. It's just not. So anything, and you guys see that here, by contrast, the act, which applies to civil actions filed or causes of action asserted in a civil action on or after September 15, 2025, is a so-called speech clause that applies to the broad exercise of the right of freedom of speech or the press, the right to assemble or a petition, or the right of association guaranteed by the United States Constitution or Delaware's Constitution on a matter of public concern. This law cannot be applied to anything filed before September 15, 2025. So the Macrones, Candace, are going to mollywop you in court. Flat out. You think they're going to bankrupt you. If that's what you think, go find out in court. Go find out in court. This doesn't apply to the lawsuit. Let me repeat. I got a comment about this law asking to go over this. So I wanted to confirm how laws work is that the day it goes into effect, the lawsuit itself or any filing, and it says here, civil actions filed or causes of action asserted in a civil action on or after September 15th is a so-called speech clause that would apply. So there's no clause for Candace's attorneys to rely on because the Macrones lawsuit was initially filed July 23rd, 2025. So if she wants to, avoid this, just don't go to court, Candace. No one's forcing you to go. No one's forcing you to go to court, Candace. Perhaps the Candy ass just tell her to say, you know what, just stay home. There it is. Yes. Yep. The original filing date stands even though they amended the suit, right? That's why it's an amendment, because it's changing the original. They're adding on the new evidence, basically her doubling down. They added on to it. But the original filing was July 23rd. So, I mean, this is they can't even go under the defense of the court lacking jurisdiction because Candace herself admitted that she has LLCs registered in the state of Delaware. And the law allows them to file the civil action in the state based on essentially where they're generating all this revenue, where they're conducting or performing business. And since she does that under Candace Owens LLC, that's registered in Delaware, along with Georgetown Inc., that gives them legal standing to file the suit in Delaware. She's the only one talking about, well, it shouldn't be filed there. It's the wrong court. But she filed a lawsuit in Delaware as well against USA Today and admitted that her LLC is registered there as well. In that same filing. You can't make this up. Oh, good God. The First Lady of France, Candy called her, man. Yeah. False accusations of false lawsuit, open field. Let's see here. And what evidence? Like I said, I'm not familiar. I tend to avoid this side of right-wing online sphere. She has no evidence. Candace has no evidence to prove anything. She purported Brigitte Macron to be a man to be a fact. She said it was a fact that she was born a man. That is not protected free speech. It's defamatory, and they've made several attempts to try to correct the record with her just so that they can prove that they met their requirement for that malice intent, because she considers herself to be something of the media, some sort of, she's not an investigative journalist, but whatever. She's online exercising this free speech and free press thing she has. She's also a public figure herself. So for her to even file a defamation lawsuit, she would have to meet that malice burden. She would have to prove that there was malice intent. It's the same thing for the Macrons. So that malice intent is basically saying, we've tried to tell you the truth, show you evidence to correct your false statements, and you're still making these false statements with a reckless disregard of the truth. All the documents, evidence, exhibits they sent, photos, a birth announcement, all these things. Even with her saying they could just answer some questions, just yes or no. She just didn't think it was good enough. She didn't accept it. It's like, no matter what you do, which is something Turning Point USA needs to learn from. No matter what you say or do, Candace just is not going to be satisfied with it. She sees this as a PR stunt. This is all about public relations for her. She doesn't care about facts. She cares about how she feels. She said that. And she's about to get checked out. Oh, they're going to mollywop her. I do feel bad for all the folks Candy is deceiving. I mean, they may not deserve it, but some of them choose to be deceived like this. They're not trying to read for themselves or get information so that they can understand what's really going on. And the moment you have, independent journalists like myself and other people who say, no, this is the facts right here. Here's a whole law right here. They ignore that because unless it's coming from Candace herself, they idolize and worship everything she says and does. Unless it's coming from her, they don't believe it. It's not for us to worry about whether or not we're convincing them of anything. They have to be willing to go out and do some research and read for themselves. They have to be willing to sit down and say, in this reality here on earth, this law is a real thing. Just like her not providing evidence is a sign that she's not supporting her allegations. So the average reasonable person will say she's taking or purporting these statements to be a fact with no evidence. And she's doing it willfully and intentionally. So she's willfully and intentionally giving false statements to the public, misleading them on basic concepts that she can research herself, like what is an endowment, claiming that Turning Point USA was engaging in fraudulent activity, all because she did not understand the IRS tax deadlines for a 501c3 to be able to file, or what an endowment is, but think somehow it was fraudulent for them to transfer money over to one of their subsidiaries, which they have the absolute right to do. It's not illegal. It's legal and it's ethical. Endowments were created for specific purposes of ensuring long-term revenue. And the only way to really ensure that is have some level of investments where you're generating a return on your investment, some ROI, profit or revenue. The principal money sits in that account while you can spend the ROI, and which is what they're doing. So if it's $80 million sitting in Turning Point endowment, then whatever ROI, whatever that percentage of the ROI they're generating and earning, that's what they spend to pay out expenses back to Turning Point USA, the parent company. She couldn't even prove that what they were doing was illegal because it's not illegal. There's no law that supports that being illegal. But she accused them of committing fraud. She didn't say anything that left room to the imagination for the average reasonable person listening to her to think that she's just giving her opinion, and at least it's based off of something factually based or some information or evidence or anything. No. Nope. She just pulled up a video from Wolves and Finance, another clown who didn't look up endowment, and said, yep, they're committing fraud. That's not how that works. That would be defamatory. That is a provable false statement because she has no evidence to support that they committed fraud. So the lack of evidence will help further in the Macron's case because Candace doesn't have any evidence to prove her allegations against them. And she's purporting that to be facts. Her leaving it as an opinion is just too hard for her, I guess. I don't know. Candace, this is how you do research, girl. Candace says, oh, Lord have mercy. I appreciate you all tuning in. Best at making stuff up. Yeah. Don't there have to be monetary damages to be defamation? Yes. And honestly, even just punitive damages, or you're talking about emotional distress inflicted, that's damages. So, she's harming their reputation. He's the president of France and first lady. Who knows what opportunity they could have had to legitimately earn money. And that was hindered or altered because of her lies about Brigitte Macron being born a man with no scientific evidence. With Turning Point USA, same thing. Tortious interference is when you're saying, basically, I'm going to interfere with your ability to make money or generate revenue. With her saying that people should be getting refunds back because of their lies, but she can't prove what they lied about, that's tortious interference. That makes her liable for damages. Because now you're saying people should be getting back the donations or the revenue or however they generate this revenue. They should be getting refunds back, which with gifts and contributions, you're not legally required to issue a refund on that. It's a gift. It's a contribution. Even if it's a contribution in kind. There's no law that says they're required to refund a gift or a contribution. But if you're talking about, let's say they bought a t-shirt. Even if they wanted a refund back from that sale, that's a better chance of someone getting a refund back as opposed to them saying, y'all should be getting refunds from your donations. They're not going to be able to really get, it's not that easy. It's not that straightforward. So the damages that they're requesting, it can include the harm done to their reputation, the emotional and mental distress that was inflicted on them. And that's what they're asking for in their lawsuit. What is this? Yes, it is talking S. That is not fact. It's defamation. Crystal Messer said no. I'm not sure what you're saying no to. They have scientific evidence to prove the first lady, is a lady in Candace's YouTube channel as evidence against her. Yeah. Not necessarily damage to reputation, emotional distress is enough. Yep, they are claiming that. Let's see here. People saying I don't ever look at this side or the other. You're actually issue. You should be impartial. I am. This is impartiality when you're reading the law. I have no interest in her lawsuit one way or the other. I don't lose or gain anything from it. So presenting facts just because I'm going to give my commentary. Now I can give my opinion on her. You don't have to like it. But when you're presenting facts like the law or evidence of documentation, I'm highlighting what it says here, word for word. So how am I being biased in reading this? I said that the lawsuit would not apply. This clause would not apply to the lawsuit simply because it says here that anything that was filed or causes of action asserted in a civil action on or after September 15th is a so-called speech clause. But anything prior to that, it's not covered under this law. So how is that being biased? I don't think people understand impartiality if that's the case. I don't have anything to gain by just reading this law. Not at all. Yeah, she said Brigitte was born a man and will die a man. She said that's a fact. No, it's not a fact. You are not stating what Candace said. She should sue you. I'll watch her episode. I'm reading the law. What are you talking about? Oh, and I have snippets of what she said. I suggest you go back and watch it. And Candace isn't that smart, honey, with me. You can't make this stuff up. I'm reading the law. What does it have to do with what she said? She said, you were born a man, you will die a man. That is a direct quote from her video. She said, it is a fact that Brigitte Macron was born a man. That came out of her mouth. Go back and watch her episode yourself. You're candy ass. You don't sit here and watch her episode. I don't understand this. Cult members not watching the actual episodes. That's just a joke in and on its own. Oh, God. Exactly. We just quoted exactly what she said. These bots are so weird. They're not even scanning the videos to see what's being said anymore. They just copy and paste and dumb stuff. Oh, you can't make this up. Let's see here. They are saying Brigitte is really struggling emotionally, health-wise, and socially with the rumors about her. Her kids are worried about her. I don't blame them. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Candace Owens is sitting here trying to take away this woman, this woman's motherhood, her womanhood. Her kids are being affected. Her grandchildren are being affected and bullied. She doesn't care about the damage that's being caused. But all of that is going to be factored in with this lawsuit. That's why she doesn't want it, because she knows she's going to lose. This is what it comes down to. No one owes Candace the benefit of the doubt of anything. This is causing them significant harm. Gender is a construct card to get out of this. You're not even spelling correctly. Very happy. Play what back? She did not say say be required. Wait, what? Oh, man. Oh, that broken English. I can't do it. LLCM, reading the law. I'm reading it right here. Carol News, what's going on? Candace fans watch all of her shows, but they're not paying attention because they're dumb. Exactly. Listen, this is the epitome of a bot. Because you're not spelling correctly. Like, this is stuff we look for when we're looking at phishing emails. with your scam emails. You know, no different than some prince in Nigeria saying they're going to inherit $50 million and they need you to send them 5,000. This is what this comment sounds like to me. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. Oh man, bots aren't human. Exactly. And I have no quarrels with calling them dumb. I just don't. At least scan her videos before you post up a statement that's incoherent. My God. Tag her. I tag her in videos. That don't scare me. Then I tell you clowns that you have no power over here. Tag her. Tell her to post up that text message she sent to that FBI agent. You're not even watching her episodes. What are you defending? TP should be required? That's not a word. What do you mean? Candace did not say TP should be required. Be required for what? That's not even what I said. TP should be required? You're not even finishing the statement. This is the epitome of it. That's why I feel nothing when I clown out these cult members and these dumb bots. Can you finish the statement out? I don't know what videos they're watching. Yeah, they claim that I wasn't watching Candace Owens when we were watching Candace Owens from her channel. Like, you can't make this up. Oh my God. Why would Candace target her of all people, though? That's what I'm not understanding. Who knows? We've been asking that for months. Why is Candace going after the First Lady of France so hard? I guess she thought she could just do it and get away with it because, you know, they're in a different country. Who knows? There's case law that shows that other people in other countries can sue people in America. And it was cited in the lawsuit. Something else that the candy asses and the bots refuse to read. They won't read. They won't even watch her videos. And they won't even, send a complete thought in a comment. Can't make this stop. I see you're deleting only certain comments. I'm not deleting anything. But I have given my mods permission to remove comments that are completely derogatory or slurs, wholly disrespectful. Just like you think you have the right to say what you want, we have the right to not read the dumb crap. As you can see, I'm reading comments that still make no damn sense. Like this. I could have deleted this, but I didn't. Required. And then you stop there and say you're trolling into something else and then the name calling and something else. It's stupidity all around. You can't make this up. It's clearly a dude. No, it's not. You're talking about something that you have to prove with science. No, it's not. You don't get to purport what you think you're seeing as a fact. Absolutely not. Now, if you don't think she looks feminine, that's your opinion. But you don't get to turn that into a fact to say she's a man because your opinion says she doesn't look feminine. That's two different concepts. That's why she's going to court. I don't need to see her stupid series. And guess what? The jury nor the judge will watch them either. The judge doesn't even care about her series. It has no standing in court. None. No evidence shown, no nothing. No scientific evidence at all. The Macrons will be bringing their scientific evidence. So her series will be deemed irrelevant. That's what you all don't understand about laws. It doesn't care about how you feel. You think they're going to be asking for her 8-part series in that? No, they won't. As a matter of fact, they don't even want to pick a jury where they have seen those series. They want someone who hasn't seen anything remotely close to her series so that they can be impartial. And they can look at the actual evidence and the facts and the law and give a proper ruling from there. You want it done the right way. Bottom line, I don't need to watch her stupid series. And no, I'm not going to watch that. That'll be another headache. I'm not asking for that. Bot NPC, same difference. They're both Dream Machine, Electric Sheep. Yeah, the bots are just working overtime. It's hilarious. TP should be required toilet paper. I know, right? Shout out to Linda Walker. Oh my good Lord. I have a story that connects with that, but I just, oh man. TP is toilet paper. Yep. That's comment of the day right there. Yeah. That hits home for me right there. That joke has a personal connection to me. You have no idea. Oh, shout out to Linda Walker. TP is toilet paper. Shout out to toilet paper. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. I'm reading comments. You know, whether dumb or smart or bots or candy asses supporters. I'm reading comments alike. CEO's feelings and opinions aren't facts. Exactly. No one cares about how she feels. This law was not written based on Candace's feelings. Y'all see that here? You see anything in here that's citing Candace's feelings? Any part of this that says, you know, we care about how Candace Owens feels about her lawsuit, so we passed this law. Y'all see anything like that in here? Nope. I'm not seeing it. No, not seeing it. They got statutes here, allows litigants to make special motions for expedited relief. Nothing about how Candace Owens feels at all. Not even a little bit. It provides expedited resolution, blah, blah, blah. Right to interlocutory appeal of an adverse ruling. Mandatory fee shifting. I don't see anything in here where it's talking about Candace Owens' feelings. Nope. Act extends anti-slap protections to all Delaware citizens, including its corporate citizens and their directors and officers. The act, along with recently enacted amendments to the Delaware General Corporation Law earlier this year, provides further clarity and protection for Delaware's corporate constituents. Nothing in here about Candace Owens' feelings about anything with Egyptian planes. Nothing in this law about anything concerning Candace Owens, you know, lying about the French president being involved in payments to Club de Sant when she can't produce those transactions or proof of the paper trail. Nothing in here in the law about Candace Owens, her feelings, her thoughts, her opinions, nothing. Are we all clear on that? Let the church say amen. If you see anything in here in this law that speaks to Candace Amber Owens Farmer's feelings, please let me know. Please let me know where you see anything in this law about Candace Owens' feelings. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm missing the part about Candace Owens' feelings in this law. Nothing in here. Oh man, Sally says, "Don't let Candace divide everyone. She needs to stop with all the accusations and let Charlie's family heal." I absolutely agree. Yep, they were sued too. The Macron sued. They lost and are appealing. I think the appeal is based on what is happening here as well. Yeah. Yep. Now I've watched most of the Brigitte series. It's nonsense. Oh yeah, I don't have to watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. No Reply says, shout out to you, No Reply. Exactly, the S-Files. She thought she could package it to an English market. All Candace is talking about is PR. PR, public relations. That's it. She's not talking about facts, evidence, laws, documentation. It's all about a PR stunt for her. It's all about some image. PR this and PR that. She doesn't really give an AF about Charlie's legacy or Turtle Port USA. That's pretty clear. Exactly. What's going on, Billy? I don't think the French are bothered about Brigitte that much for these reasons. They don't even care for the Macrons much at all. That's why I don't understand why Candace is obsessed with this. 8-part series, Candace. Girl, you about as crazy as it gets. They're talking about the French time zone. Utah time, French time. She's creating time zones. You can't make this up. Oh my God. I'm not speaking on her series. I don't care about her series. That's what you're not getting. I don't care that her series exists. It is irrelevant to court. If nothing else, the Macrones will use it to show how she lied with no evidence. I personally don't care about her series. I don't speak on it. I speak about the things she's lying and saying as a fact in her show, on her YouTube channel. Perhaps I should say her YouTube videos. Let me say that. Her YouTube videos. I don't need to watch her series just to hear her repeat the same lie she says in her YouTube videos. And plus, I trust the Lucksters and my moms up in here. If they say they watched it and it's complete garbage, I trust that. Because the things she says in her YouTube videos are complete garbage. Absolutely. 100%. Ain't nobody got time to watch an 8 series of lies. Exactly. You can't make this up. Oh, I'm not doing a series on her. But Colonel Kurtz will be, and I will be watching that. But I am going to debunk her in every chance I get. Absolutely. Y'all, when she starts predicting the rapture again, or the rapture, yeah, that's how you know she's a cult. When she starts saying, y'all, we're getting close. We'll get close to that rapture date. I think it's time for us to come to an end together. You guys, I'm selling these kits with these cookies in this punch powder. Add water and stir. And then on this date, we're all going to eat these cookies and drink this red punch. Don't ask me what's in it. Can't make this out. All right, y'all, I'm done. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Here 4 hours. I appreciate you all. We're going to go over the episode she did yesterday, technically, on tomorrow, and then go into the new one she does tomorrow. And I got to get in episode 2 of Hood Horror series on Brother Polite, an actual cult leader who's a polygamist and now in jail because he committed a lot of heinous crimes. And of course, we got to talk about Umar. So we will get to that tomorrow. This weekend is going to be fantastic. The great lineup that we have here, because we do talk about other things. But I'm not going to stop talking about Candace because her cult members don't like it, because I don't give a damn. Hey, not even a little bit. All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. I appreciate you all. Make sure you leave your comments and thoughts below. Yes, I do have it set to where you have to be a subscriber for an hour to leave comments. That's my prerogative. The end. Thank y'all so much. Shout out to my mods, members, supporters. You guys tune in tomorrow. We'll be back at it. Hopefully at an earlier time. I'm pushing forward. But until the next one, no. Wait. I got supers. Wait a minute. I got a super. March on says, oh, the $20 super. Thank you so much. So happy to have found you, LLC. You know, it seems like she really enjoys torturing the TPUSA folks. She has such a snidey look on her face. Exactly. Candace, it's the smirking for me. It's the narcissism for me, and the hypocrisy. And it's the flat out lying. Go post that text message you sent to that FBI agent. Shout out to March on again for the $5 super. Seems like she really knows how to spin ergo lie. It's hard to believe that she has a degree in English. Exactly. Or that, she doesn't have bots, because they speak broken English all the time too. Candace, at least you can show your degrees if you truly obtain 2 degrees. I mean, for real. Never mind the fact that I actually emailed the school and got a response back. And I posted it up. Talking about impartiality, I actually posted up the response that I got back from the University of Rhode Island. So when it comes to the candy asses and the bots, they don't even watch my videos to see what I'm researching. They have no idea that I actually reported on her degrees and actually got email information, documentation from the school. Yeah, it's a whole playlist on my channel. Check it out. They're going to have to watch it, because I'm not going to explain that to them over and over again. Watch my playlist and my videos. Check out the other content. You want to talk about impartiality? I didn't like the response that the school gave, but I still put it out there. And anyone can always call the enrollment office at URI, at the University of Rhode Island, and confirm whether or not she received a degree or 2 degrees, because she says she has 2. So anyone can do that. But that's literally the epitome of impartiality. Posting the response from the school, even though I didn't like it, but I put the facts out there. So I don't expect them to, think clearly through anything. But I appreciate you all either way. Thank y'all so much. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. And then to the next. Lady Luck Club out.